things. And I think that, the sort of the mainstream media of America has been making a big thing out of this issue of, is Donald Trump going to be a dictator? Is there really going to be any sort of guardrails in a second Trump administration? And I think that we have to remember that the rhetoric that a lot of people supposedly are offended by about Trump is actually motivating to a lot of Republican voters. And that's one of the reasons he won in 2016 and he came close in 2020.
Okay, so aren't endorsements, Ukraine aid, the border, impeachment inquiry, voters care about these things, but it depends, right? I mean, what's your one-liner soundbite, if you had one, about how much these things sort of matter a year away?
I think we're going to find out that they matter a great deal. And when people ask me about the polling today, which is Donald Trump is doing really well, and in some cases ahead of Joe Biden, particularly in some important swing states. My view is, number one, what people think of Donald Trump today in December of 2022 is the same thing they're going to be thinking about him in October of 2024. And it's not going to change. People will think this is great, and other people don't like that. Joe Biden, on the other hand, is this amorphous political animal. When I look at the polling number, I see Biden's number going up and down depending on the situation. And so I think what matters to the election in 2024 is not going to be what the polls are saying in December 2023, but it's more about what the impact is going to be. What does the Ukraine look like 9 months from now? What does the Middle East look like 9 months from now? What does our relationship with China look like 9 months from now? And what does the economy look like? Most importantly. And, Joe Biden's fingerprints are all over all four of those things in a much bigger way than a lot of presidents. And so I think his whether or not he gets reelected is going to be all about whether or not he can get something done in any of those four areas that people feel.
Arnon Mishkin, in charge of Fox News' Decision Desk, thanks so much for joining.
Thank you very much for having me, Jessica.
With COE afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Does a broken down heater have you feeling the chill this holiday season? Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is here to warm you up with $50 off any heating repair. Horizon's experts are available to get your system back in working order fast. And in the event your system can't be repaired, Horizon Services can replace your system as soon as the next day to get you back to comfy and cozy. Book your repair today at horizonservices.com.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you concerned about your child struggling in school? Do they need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown. 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2 to 1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make recycling part of your holiday season. If you get a new computer, tablet, or cell phone this year, recycle your old one by selling it or donating it to charity. Otherwise, dispose of it at a proper e-waste facility. Recycle your Christmas tree by turning it into wood chips and mulch. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Calling on Harleysville to follow 1210 WPHT in the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, December 13th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden welcoming Ukrainian President Zelenskyy to the White House Tuesday. The two leaders holding a press conference as the president called on Congress to pass an additional $110 billion for Ukraine, Israel, and other priorities. An Emmy Award-winning actor, Andre Braugher, has died, best known for his roles on the series Homicide: Life on the Street and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. He was 61. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Christmas in Cape May is even better with Rich Zioli.
It will be a Christmas miracle when you join the Zioli Show live in Cape May on December 15th.
Ho, ho, ho! Are you ready?
Join Rich Zioli live from the Grand Hotel in Cape May this Friday, December 15th. The Grand Hotel is at 1045 Beach Ave in Cape May. This Friday, 3 till 7 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app.
Ho, ho, ho! Did you hear? The Eagles-Seattle game is now Monday night, December 18th. We'll join Miller Lite for the Eagles watch party at the Fainting Goat in Glenolden. Along with Eagles alumni, cheerleaders, swoop, a chance to win signed merch and more. Enjoy the game with $3 Miller Lite bottles and drafts. It's the Miller Lite Eagles watch party with Eagles alums, cheerleaders, and swoop. Monday, December 18th at J.D. McGillicuddy's in Havertown. Party starts at 8 p.m. Tastes like Miller time, Eagles fans. Celebrate responsibly.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Everyone on your list is going to be happy this year if you take my advice and do what I do and let Omaha Steaks bring the happiness and take the guesswork out of gifting. Shop their carefully curated gift packages, guaranteed to make spirits bright all winter long. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Save 50% off site-wide. Plus, when you use promo code Zioli at checkout, you get an additional $30 off your order. That's right. Send tender, juicy, butcher's cut filet mignons, mouth-watering burgers, gourmet jumbo franks, or even easy-to-prepare meals that are ready in a flash. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. The happiness is endless. But this offer won't last long. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so avoid the holiday rush and do it today. omahasteaks.com. Use promo code Zioli at checkout. Minimum order may be required. This is a gift from the heart, a gift that will be remembered with every unforgettable bite. I do this every year, and everyone always says thank you, and they never return it. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. Stocks rose after a key inflation report showed prices holding steady ahead of this afternoon's Federal Reserve interest rate announcement. The Dow gained 173 points, with it and the S&P 500 closing at their highest level since January 2022. The Nasdaq posting its best since March 2022. Investors believe the Fed will leave interest rates unchanged today, but question when it will start cutting rates. The publisher of Sports Illustrated fires CEO Ross Levinson Stevenson, just weeks after the publication was caught posting AI-generated stories with fake authors. And a Home Depot executive warns Congress about the violent threats workers face amid the rise in retail theft, much of it organized crime. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's no secret China is an adversary. The FBI director has said more than once China is the biggest threat to the United States, especially to our cybersecurity, with the biggest hacking operation of any country in the world. And a new Washington Post story underscores that, reporting China has a cyber army that's been invading critical services, including utilities, with public and private targets in the U.S. State Department spokesman Matt Miller says,
"This is an issue that we have raised on a number of occasions with the Chinese government. We have long been concerned about their cyber espionage and other intrusive cyber techniques."
And those techniques, according to U.S. intelligence officials, include what's called a disruption playbook to potentially upend our daily lives.
I think this really is about the strategic competition and really about China preparing for war.
Matthew Koenig is Vice President and Senior Director of the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security for the Atlantic Council, and he's a professor at Georgetown University.
What they were doing with these cyber intrusions was getting into critical infrastructure, laying in wait, and then the idea was that if there's a major conflict, if China, say, invades Taiwan, China's afraid that the United States is going to project military power forward into Asia to defend Taiwan. And they want to stop us from doing that. So they want to hit water, power, energy in the United States to make it difficult for the United States to move forces from bases in Hawaii and the continental United States into Asia. Quite simply, they're preparing for war.
So are we talking about military targets, or are we talking about civilian? Both? I mean, if they're trying to help or prevent us from fighting a war, why would they go after civilian targets?
Well, because the U.S. military depends on civilian critical infrastructure. If the power goes out in a town where there's a U.S. military base, if the water goes out, if a port is disrupted, then that prevents the U.S. military from projecting power. It disrupts the logistics. And then also it's possible that China would want to combine cyber attacks with physical kinetic attacks in the event of conflict. And so if there were really a war, again, they might combine cyber attacks to disrupt the critical infrastructure and then combine that with physical attacks against the bases themselves.
Okay, so they're infiltrating these different systems. How are they doing it?
Essentially, as a dictatorship, they can compel the private sector to cooperate with them in a way that we can't, thank goodness, in a democracy in the free world. And so when Chinese companies, researchers find software vulnerabilities, the Chinese Communist Party requires them to report to the Chinese Communist Party, and then the party stockpiles these vulnerabilities to use in cyber attacks. They have a big army. It's a large country, and they have contractors paid by the CCP who are doing these kind of cyber intrusions all day, every day. They're sophisticated getting into the U.S. systems, finding vulnerabilities and mimicking real users in some cases. So this goes to show the importance of changing your password and our daily kind of cybersecurity.
Right, because a company can spend a lot of money to firewall everything, but if an employee is careless, they're in, right?
Yeah, that's right. And so this is a big part of the challenge, that the vast majority of the critical infrastructure in the United States is owned by the private sector. And so how can we get them to improve their cybersecurity standards? We're making progress, but it's still a challenge.
Well, despite China's threats to the U.S., the Biden administration has been trying to improve relations. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen have both made trips there in recent months. In November, President Biden met Chinese leader Xi Jinping at a summit in San Francisco.
I again emphasize to President Xi that the United States does not seek conflict.
Trying to ease tensions that have only grown after the Chinese spy balloon that crisscrossed the U.S. mainland, Chinese threats to Taiwan, close military encounters at sea and in the air with the U.S., and, of course, national security concerns over TikTok.
I've called it a new Cold War, and this is an intense rivalry. There is it's across the board, economic, technology, military competition could result in World War III. And so I think we need to be much more focused on this. And the idea that this is a competition, kind of like a tennis match, I think is not quite right. And then this idea that we're going to cooperate with China, like you said, Biden meeting with Xi at the summit last month, I think is a little naive. China, in these areas where people say we can cooperate, climate, arms control, public health, China's actually a pretty bad actor in all of those areas. So I think it's naive, and I think it's also counterproductive when it comes to issues like cybersecurity. You know, if these utility companies think, oh, we're cooperating with China now, you know, maybe there's not the same motivation to get our cybersecurity practices right. If they understand that this is an intense rivalry, we're going to be in this rivalry for decades, could result in World War III, and I think that would help to clarify the stakes and maybe motivate some of these cyber critical infrastructure companies to improve their cyber practices.
You know, we have Russia and Ukraine. Now we have Israel battling Hamas. And I've heard people worry that China could take advantage of all these other conflicts the U.S. is trying to, you know, do what they can to stop from blowing up into something bigger and go to Taiwan. Is that, how real is this threat that China's going to invade Taiwan militarily?
Well, unfortunately, I think it is a real threat. So just look at what Xi Jinping is saying. Xi has asked his military to give him the ability to invade Taiwan by 2027. So not that he'll do it by 2027, but that he wants the ability to do it by 2027. We're not making the investments we need to be making in our own defenses. We don't have the ability to deal with Russia, Iran, China all at the same time. And so I do think that if China thinks that we're distracted elsewhere, they may see an opportunity to go for it. And Biden has said 4 times that he would defend Taiwan. I think that's the right position. But, you know, so there is a possible pathway to how the United States and China are in a major war in the coming years.
Yeah, and their Navy is powerful, right? I mean, China, that's a tough fight for us.
It is, and they have geography on their side as well. Taiwan's a small island just off their coast. We'd have to project power all the way to the other side of the world, which again goes back to the cyber attacks. If China can prevent us from projecting power there, it makes the fight easier for them. And, you know, we see in Ukraine, the Ukrainians' amazing will to resist. And so does Taiwan have the same will to resist? Can they hold out? Can they give us enough time to get there and defend them? And so that would be a tough fight. And of course, it would be much better to deter the attack in the first place and not have to fight it. So I think that's why getting our defenses right now, including our cyber defenses, is so important.
Now, Matthew, you're on the Congressional Commission on the Strategic Posture of the United States. So we're dealing with missile defense and cybersecurity and also nuclear weapons. We've had now a breakdown in a treaty with Russia. We have the concern about North Korea. We even have Iran nuclear concerns. Where are we when it comes to nuclear weapons and nuclear fears in 2023?
Well, unfortunately, nuclear weapons are back. And I think many people thought these were, you know, kind of Cold War relics and the world had moved on, but they're back. And I'd say the biggest development here is China is engaging in a massive nuclear buildup, maybe the biggest nuclear buildup since the U.S. and the Soviet Union in the 1960s. China is going to quintuple the size of its nuclear arsenal by 2035. And so this means for the first time in American history, the United States is going to have to deal with 2 nuclear superpowers. In the past, it was really just Russia. and China and North Korea and others have small arsenals. Now the United States is going to need to deal with two nuclear superpowers at the same time. And that was really the major question that this congressional commission that I'm serving on was asked to address. What does this mean for U.S. Nuclear strategy and posture? And in the report that we just delivered to Congress, we recommend not an immediate nuclear buildup, but that the United States begin taking the steps now so that it does have the possibility of increasing the size of its nuclear arsenal.
We fear them also as an economic superpower. We rely on them so much for trade and all the things that a lot of people worry about after COVID too, with the supply chain and all our medicines made there. How is China's economy, and how strong is China internally?
Well, China has some real strengths. It is the number 2 economy on earth. It is gaining influence around the world. It is investing in its military. But it has real weaknesses as well. And I think sometimes we overlook those weaknesses to our peril.
Can we do more to make it tougher on China by strengthening our own manufacturing and making us less reliant on them?
Some refer to it as de-risking. But essentially, the idea is that in areas of sensitive national security concern, defense-related trade, technology-related trade, other critical supply chains like pharmaceuticals or critical minerals, that we do need to essentially have a hard decoupling with China and stop that trade and investment and find other places for our supplies. And as we do that, it'll have the benefit not only of securing our own supply chain, but also of weakening China.
And we have to lock down our infrastructure a little better, right, on the cyber front.
That's right. That's going to be a key piece of all of this. And, there are the U.S. government, as I said, Department of Homeland Security is trying, sharing information with the private sector on best practices. They do exercises together, kind of cybersecurity, tabletop exercises. But there are some interesting proposals out there about what the United States could do in addition. One of them that we did here at the Atlantic Council calls for a kind of cyber core reserve capacity that, especially in the event of a wartime, that the best cybersecurity experts from the private sector and elsewhere could be called up and go to work defending critical infrastructure to prevent China from conducting the kind of attacks that they were preparing for this week.
Well, that is very interesting. Matthew Koenig, Vice President and Senior Director at the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security for the Atlantic Council, Professor at Georgetown University. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Thousands of stores across the country are pulling brand name cold and allergy products off the shelves. Why? Because an FDA advisory panel recently determined that a drug they contain, oral phenylephrine, is ineffective as a nasal decongestant. Navage offers a drug-free solution that's fast and highly effective at relieving nasal congestion caused by colds and allergies. Navage uses suction to pull saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril to help suck out allergens, mucus, and germs. Nasal irrigation works, and Navage makes it quick and easy, but more than anything, it helps you breathe better. Don't waste your time or money on products that are ineffective. Trust drug-free Navage for fast relief to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
The holidays are here. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Shop carefully curated gift packages that are guaranteed to make spirits bright all winter long. Plus, when you use code SIZZLE at checkout, get an extra $30 off your order. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, a gift that'll be remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum order may be required.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher. Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Well, treating yourself this holiday season, why not treat your car as well by scheduling an appointment for your car at United Tire? From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make or model. So get your new year in gear and treat your car to some special guests from your locally owned United Tire. You can also visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Making ends meet around the holidays can be tough, especially when you're in need of home repair and improvement projects. You shouldn't have to make a choice between gift giving and critical home repairs. PJ Fitzpatrick understands and has secured no-interest financing programs of up to 25 months for qualified buyers. For everything from new windows, new showers, and even a new roof. PJ Fitzpatrick, making life better one home at a time. Visit trustpj.com for more info. TrustPJ.com.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again. So I'm going to give you some advice because, you know, I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year. And that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious. Better than lingerie with a curved, caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for Naturally Nude pajamas. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at Pajamagram.com. Tell them Rich sent you.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts.
History will judge harshly those who turn their back on freedom's cause.
President Biden and Ukraine's President Zelenskyy urged Congress to provide critical funding to Ukraine.
Thanks to Ukraine's success in defense, other European nations are safe from the Russian aggression, unlike in the past. Ukraine can now tackle the Russian dictatorship.
The aid package, though, is mired in a domestic dispute as Republicans demand tough changes to border security. A U.S. official says Houthi rebels in Yemen fired missiles at a tanker loaded with jet fuel today, but missed. Monday, they hit a Norwegian ship.
This is an international problem that requires an international solution.
Pentagon spokesman General Patrick Ryder. And the COP28 nations hammered out a compromise overnight, agreeing for the first time to transition away from fossil fuels. America's listening to Fox.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It appears that two of Washington's pro sports teams, the NBA's Wizards and the NHL's Capitals, are on the move out of D.C. Multiple reports Tuesday that Ted Leonsis, who owns both franchises, plans to move the teams into a proposed new arena in Northern Virginia. The plan calls for a massive development in Alexandria's Potomac Yards that will also feature an entertainment district. Baseball offseason news, the New York Post reporting the Giants are signing Korean League outfielder Jung-Ho Lee to a 6-year deal worth $113 million. And in the NBA Tuesday, the Mavericks down the Lakers 127-125. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Coaches just hate using the F word. No, not that F word. The word I'm talking about is failure. And sure, there's a stigma attached to that word, but words matter, and sometimes there is a perfect word to describe a situation. Like when an NFL coach continues to trot out the same bad quarterback week after week that only hurts their team's chance to win without giving someone else a chance. Well, maybe that word is stubborn, but you get my point. The lesson here is simple. It's time to destigmatize the word failure in sports because failure doesn't have to be the end. In order to truly have closure and be ready to move forward positively, you have to assess the situation for what it is. And sometimes it's a failure. Sometimes that's a single game, moment, or decision. Other times it's an entire season or coaching tenure. But regardless, it's no reason to avoid the word altogether. Because I guarantee that behind every great success lies the dreaded F word somewhere in the past. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Hey guys, Nick Kayal here. There's no greater time of the year to give back than the holiday season, and that is why Piazza Premium Automobiles has partnered with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive once again. Visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms through December 15th to donate a new toy. Your support will make the holidays a little brighter for a local child in need. Find the dealership near you at piazzapremiumautos.com. Thank you and happy holidays.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Joe Concha.
What's on your mind?
How could anyone have watched that hearing on Capitol Hill last week around anti-Semitism at colleges like Harvard, MIT, and Penn and heard everything the presidents of those universities said and came away with the idea that Elise Stefanik, Republican Congresswoman, New York, should be the target of satire? Why? Because she has an R next to her name? This skit was flaming hot garbage, no question about it. I mean, did Saturday Night Live hire Rashida Tlaib to be its head writer? And this may well go down as the most tone-deaf, most horribly acted skit this show, which has been on the air for nearly 50 years, has ever done. I mean, you could feel the studio audience cringing in their seats. And Lorne Michaels, who still runs things over at Saturday Night Live, for him as a Jewish man to greenlight this script is enough to make your hair hurt. This used to be a show that hit both sides without apology. Dana Carvey's impression of George H.W. Bush was simply the best. He even got invited to the White House to perform it. Darrell Hammond as Bill Clinton was absolute genius. Will Ferrell as George W. Bush, epic. Then the show decided mocking Barack Obama during his presidency, well, that was basically off limits. And then, of course, we got Alec Baldwin as Donald Trump, which was an angry and awkward portrayal that belonged more on MSNBC than NBC. The only somewhat funny thing to come out of the Stefanik skit was that SNL went with it after Penn President Liz McGill resigned due to overwhelming blowback. The good news is that Saturday Night Live is now getting absolutely pulverized on social media right now from all sides for this, and at least that's encouraging. And remember, think about all the stars that Saturday Night Live has turned out over the years. Belushi, Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, Eddie Murphy, Adam Sandler, Mike Myers, Chris Farley, Dana Carvey, Will Ferrell, Tina Fey, Amy Poehler, Kristen Wiig, I could go on. But we're not seeing any breakout stars lately, are we? That's because the people currently on the show simply ain't good. Do you know what a big turning point was for Saturday Night Live? It was 2016. Trump wins the election. And a few nights later, there's Kate McKinnon as Hillary Clinton singing Hallelujah with tears in her eyes during the cold open, which is, supposed to be funny. And when she finished the song, she looks at the camera and says, while choking up, "I'm not giving up, and neither should you. Live from New York, it's Saturday night." Good God. And for 4 years from there, during the Trump era, you might as well have had Rachel Maddow and Jen Psaki as cast members. That's not what SNL is supposed to be. It's supposed to be equal opportunity comedy. But now, being unpredictable is not what Saturday Night Live is. Instead, it is profoundly predictable. And maybe that's why ratings are going into the toilet. I'm Joe Concha.
Hi, I'm Jade. And the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the savoriness of the sausage, the fluffiness of the egg, and the butteriness of the biscuit. It's amazing. The perfect start to my day.
Hi, everyone. It's Justin. A little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the fluffy egg, the melted cheese, and the sizzling sausage. It's the start to your morning that you didn't know you need.
Order a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Why should the Federal Reserve have so much power over your IRA or 401k? Whether they create a new bubble with low interest rates or pump the last bubble with high interest rates, a group of unelected government officials has no business deciding your future. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is just one more reason why I recommend a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Because precious metals are the best way to maintain your financial independence. And now you can hold gold inside of a tax-advantaged account. To learn more, text the word HEDGE to 989898. And my friends at Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold IRA company I trust, so text HEDGE to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, December 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number, Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Hump Day is upon us. That means it's a Tony Bruno Wednesday. Live from Florida. In a world in which now Donald Trump and Alex Jones are back on Twitter, and Tony Bruno has been suspended yet again.
What? Oh, no.
I know. Think about that.
Wow.
Bruno, maybe that was a trade, you know?
Yeah.
We gave up, we had a Russian arms dealer for a WNBA player. And maybe, Elon Musk and Twitter said, you know what, we'll bring Alex back, but Bruno has to go.
I guess Bruno just needs to say that the Sandy Hook massacre was a false flag, and they were crisis actors.
Yeah.
And he, too, can come back on X, Twitter, whatever it's called.
I confirmed with Bruno yesterday. I said, hey, good to go for 8:25 tomorrow? And he goes, yes. And then Robin texted me a screenshot of the announcement from Twitter. You are suspended.
What did he do? He doesn't know what he did?
Of course not. Of course not. He never does anything wrong, so we'll get his thoughts coming up at 8:25. That could very well take up a good 20 of the 30 minutes we have him for.
Yeah.
So get ready for that. That'll be good. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy hump day.
Are you suspended from Twitter, or are you still active?
I hope you're suspended. Are you suspended? No.
Well, I can't imagine what you hope for with me with my Twitter. You're probably Stalker probably praying for the day that I get banned from Twitter. Gregory, how are you, pal?
Yeah, buddy.
Shaved the beard, I see.
Not shave. I just trimmed it down.
Brought it down a notch or two. All right.
Yeah, it was getting a little out of hand.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. We got a lot of good things to get to today, folks. This is going to be a very interesting show. A lot of fallout, more details, new information about Claudine Gay, what's going on at Harvard, what they tried to do to the New York Post in a strong-arm effort. Also at Penn, you have a big donor trying to essentially rewrite the way Penn does business. We'll get to that story this morning. Also, Dave Portnoy of Barstool Sports is about to no longer consider Ivy League graduates for employment. We'll get to that. We've got that California coffee store update that we have to get to. And oh, by the way, yesterday, I don't know if you watched, right around 5 o'clock on Fox News, and I'm assuming other networks as well, Joe Biden, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, a joint press conference in which another cool $200 million was given to the president of Ukraine as he was dressed like a 7th grader. So we'll get to that story and some reaction and fallout from that. Loaded cut sheet, Tony Bruno, and so much more. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round one at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Chilly morning that it is. 33 degrees. Sunny skies headed up this morning. It will be sunny to 43 degrees. We're sponsored this morning on this chilly Wednesday, December 13th by Consumer Cellular. So we have some updates for you as we have charges announced in that Northeast Philadelphia shooting that injured 2 police officers. We started out the week talking about this. Now we know the name of this suspect, 40-year-old Kayal Devon of Philadelphia, charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, among other charges, after those 2 police officers suffered injuries in that shootout on Frankfurt Ave and Welsh Road. That was Sunday. So he's the suspect who's being held responsible, charged in the situation with these officers. They are both, as far as the 2 officers, they're both home recovering after suffering multiple bullet wounds, especially in their faces, graze wounds and that sort of thing to their faces. The other officer shot in his ankle. But as far as this guy, 40-year-old Kayal Devon, we're being told that he had quite a long rap sheet dating back to 2005 with multiple charges, had even served time, some prison time. And he's back out there. A total of 4 officers were fired upon.
20-year history of breaking the law. Yeah, I would have thrown away the key years ago, but that's just me.
Here we go again, right?
Here we go, yep. People that should not be out in the street, probably, in all likelihood.
So we know, as far as the officers, a 32-year-old officer has been a veteran of the force, 9 years, struck in his face, in his nose. The other officer, a 31-year-old, 6-year veteran of the force, struck in his ankle as well as his head. I know that one of the officers actually still has a fragment of a bullet in his head from another shooting that happened. And they couldn't get all the fragment out.
So this is the second time that the officer's been shot?
Yes, on the job.
Oh my God.
In the line of duty in the past 6 years.
Well, we mentioned yesterday, you mentioned it in the news, firefighters, 72 positions? Maybe it's time to go from, carrying the gun and the badge to, putting out fires. I said it yesterday, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but I'm starting to believe it. Maybe it's safer to be a firefighter in Philadelphia than it is to be a law enforcement employee.
Yeah, and this is, as you're pointing out, part of the reason that we see the recruitment. It's difficult.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Nope.
They deserve some kind of a war combat pay.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have an update on that escaped prisoner, Gino Hagenkotter.
Oh,
Remember
our
him?
5 foot tall buddy?
The little Gino.
They finally found the elf that couldn't.
It was the body. They found a body, found dead inside a warehouse in Philadelphia. And they believe that it is of this escaped prisoner, Gino Hagenkotter. As far as I know, they're doing the autopsy.
Couldn't they just take out like a tape measure and say, "Yep"?
Stop.
This guy's
Too
This
soon.
guy's 5 foot.
Hey, Joe, get the yardstick. We're going to have to tag and release this one.
So far, they discovered a broken air vent and a fan that was pushed out with a ladder lying right nearby of this warehouse. So they don't know the cause of the death, but they say they were able to identify Gino Hagenkotter by his fingerprints.
Now, this was the guy that had the history of committing theft, correct?
That was
Okay.
So he's the guy at Riverside Correctional Facility working on an orchard detail.
He said he had to go to the bathroom, and then he bounced.
Never came back.
Right. So now, what place did they find him in? You said a warehouse?
A warehouse in Philadelphia.
Okay, so he was probably trying to steal something in said warehouse, and he fell off the ladder and died.
That's what it sounds like.
I just did the autopsy right there. We're
There
done.
you go. It's like Fargo.
It's unbelievable.
And that would be the escaped prisoner, don't you know?
Exactly.
Are you watching this season of Fargo, Dawn?
I watched the movie years. Not watching it right now.
Okay,
Yeah, that's on the list.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We digress.
Yeah.
So that one's still under investigation as far as the autopsy. Bucks County, this is a horrible story. Police believe there may be other victims, and so this continues to be an investigation. But a Bucks County man is accused of raping this teenage girl after receiving videos of her through Snapchat. And so he's identified as 32-year-old Miguel Angel Sanchez of Sellersville, Pennsylvania, and charged with numerous counts of rape, statutory sex assault, involuntary deviant intercourse, and trafficking, human trafficking of individuals, this sort of thing. So this all started around late October. They started investigating this guy. But the 15-year-old girl in this case was raped in the parking lot of the Giant store on West Broad Street in Quakertown. So it's a horrible story. They've issued a lot of warnings, and there's a lot of concern about social media that we talk about. So human trafficking, raping this girl, how does it all mix in? It's under a major investigation. And so I know local police have told us they've created multiple different task forces to try to deal with some of these other, human trafficking, some of the crime sprees that we are seeing that are relatively new within, our society. I'll headline the others, and that is Volodymyr Zelenskyy pleading for Ukraine aid while at the White House. Meantime, Joe Biden issuing a concern or a warning to Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. We'll talk about that one moving forward. Penn naming J. Larry Jameson as the new interim president after Liz McGill's resignation. And Nick Kayal alluded to all the fallout we'll get into.
Yeah.
Finally, I will tell you, first of all, the Fed meeting, not expected to raise interest rates. A lot of hope, keep hope alive, that they'll start to lower the interest rates after the first of the year. And a sign of the times as far as the economy, and that is that the Deck the Hall light show has ended on the west side of City Hall after 6 years. It's been a 6-year nice tradition, but they didn't have a sponsor. No sponsor, no money, and turn off the lights.
Okay. Couldn't find anybody to throw out a little cash for it.
Yep, so
Yeah.
it's a shame.
All right.
Sign of the times.
Money drives everything.
So Consumer Cellular, speaking of which, thank you for sponsoring us in our Kayal and Company News Live, offering the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. They're 100% U.S.-based support, just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com so you can switch today. As far as the forecast, we're looking at 43 degrees is the high today. Tomorrow, the chilliest day of the week, 39 degrees is the high tomorrow. A lot of sunshine is abundant, but it will be chilly. The warm-up starts Friday, 51 degrees for your Friday, 54 degrees for your Saturday, and then Sunday we remain in the low 50s. However, on Sunday, a switch up with a lot of rain moving in for your Sunday. So Saturday, definitely the better weekend day. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. As we get going here on a Wednesday morning, 6:12, let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, gay stays amidst Harvard hypocrisy. On Tuesday morning, the breaking news came down right before we entered the 9 a.m. hour of Kayal and Company that Harvard University President Claudine Gay would remain in her role at the Ivy League institution. Harvard decided not to follow in the footsteps of the University of Pennsylvania, who had Liz McGill resign over the weekend. Harvard just showed you the double standards that they permit on their campus when it comes to free speech. Harvard has also shown us that they haven't changed their code of conduct. Last Tuesday, Elise Stefanik, who herself is a Harvard alum, lit the fuse on two Ivy League presidents and the leader of the MIT Institute when it comes to allowing dangerous anti-Semitic speech on their campuses with calls for genocide to Jews. Yesterday, Harvard, unlike Penn, failed to act accordingly. Stefanik, a Republican from New York, had this to say following Harvard's dropping of the ball. Listen and watch.
Reason why the testimony at the Education and Workforce Committee garnered 1 billion views worldwide. And it's because those university presidents made history by putting the most morally bankrupt testimony into the congressional record, and the world saw it. As a Harvard graduate, I'm reminded of Harvard's motto, Veritas. Let me be clear, Veritas does not depend on the context. This is a moral failure of Harvard's leadership and higher education leadership at the highest levels. And the only change they have made to their code of conduct, where they failed to condemn calls for genocide of the Jewish people, the only update to the code of conduct is to allow a plagiarist as the president of Harvard.
I told you this would happen. If Claudine Gay was a DEI hire, she would not be terminated or forced to resign. And I believe that's what happened here. Companies, institutions, governmental administrations will only pull the plug on a DEI hire when they absolutely have to. And apparently, Stefanik's roasting of these presidents last week didn't rise to the level of action for Harvard University. But what has been the reaction of Jewish students? Because there are plenty of Jewish students that attend Harvard. Here is Shabbos Kestenbaum, one student who joined Fox News live from Cambridge, Massachusetts, and had this to say. Listen and watch.
2023 calling for the genocide of Jewish people would be considered context dependent according to the best academic institution in the world, and the individual who calls for that is able to keep their job. So the faculty letter talks about the importance of resisting outside political pressure, and I would actually agree with that. I'm hardly a billionaire, but I certainly welcome open discourse concerning the university's hiring and firing practices and their fair enforcement of the student conduct standards, something that we have not seen before. I'm also one of 1,000 current students and alumni who called for the president to resign. So what I would ask those faculty, and I certainly disagree with them respectfully, but I would ask them to, number one, talk to us, talk to Jewish students and see what our experience has been the past 3 months. And then I would also ask them, what if this was a different minority? What if Claudine Gay had said this about black people, about gay people, about Asian Americans? Would you be as defensive as you would be now? And let's also be very clear, under Claudine Gay's leadership of the last 3 months, there has been an almost complete destruction of Harvard's reputation, the loss of more than $1 billion in donations, 2 different congressional investigations, calls for further federal action, charges of plagiarism and falsifying her own data in her dissertation, a total moral abdication of leadership. So I'm confused as to why people ask me why I think that she should resign, as opposed to me asking them why.
So she's basically George Santos. She lies, she gets investigated, but she gets to stay. Harvard is full of crap with free speech and the First Amendment. This is a university that mandates that students attend a Title IX training where they are told cis, hetero, sexism, and fat phobia are forms of violence, and using the wrong pronouns is a form of abuse. Only 3% of faculty at Harvard openly identify as conservative. And keep in mind, Harvard ranks 248th out of 248 universities when it comes to permitting free speech. a.k.a. they rank dead last. Here's part 2 of Kestenbaum. Listen and watch more of this hypocrisy at Harvard.
The fact that we would love to do something for Jewish students and protect Jewish students, but we just can't because we have a commitment to the First Amendment, when you and I both know that Harvard does not have a legal obligation to protect students who are engaging in violent rhetoric concerning Jewish students, and they don't have historical precedent of ever enforcing these policies to begin with. Just last year, when a student was engaged in a homophobic incident, he was condemned almost immediately, and he was expelled. A couple of years ago, when you had about 10 different students who were accepted, and it turned out that they had submitted racist posts on social media, the university suspended them and rescinded their acceptance. Right. So the fact that when it comes to Jewish people, all of a sudden we wish we could do something, but we just can't because of the First Amendment is breathtaking in its hypocrisy.
Pretty remarkable. Genocide of the Jews, that's okay. Homophobia, immediate expulsion. And speaking of free speech rankings in college, FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, located right here in Philadelphia, ranked the following schools in this order. Harvard University obtained the lowest score possible, a 0.00, and is the only school with a, quote, abysmal speech climate rating. The University of Pennsylvania, the University of South Carolina, Georgetown University, and Fordham University also ranked in the bottom 5. The key factors differentiating high-performing schools, the top 5, from poorly performing ones, the bottom 5, are scores on the components of tolerance difference and disruptive conduct. Students from schools in the bottom 5 were more biased toward allowing controversial liberal speakers on campus over conservative ones, and were more accepting of students using disruptive and violent forms of protest to stop a campus speech. And deplatforming attempts that occurred at schools ranked in the bottom 5 had an alarming 81% success rate. 4 out of 5 times, you are gone. And more than half of students, 56%, expressed worry about damaging their reputation because of someone's misunderstanding of what they say or do. And just over a quarter of students, 26%, reported that they feel pressure to avoid discussing controversial topics in their classes. 20% reported that they often self-censor. So if you wanted to go to college where free speech is permitted, FIRE ranks the following very highly: Auburn, Oregon State, Florida State, Texas A&M, North Carolina State, and Colorado. So how do you hit Harvard where it hurts? Well, number 1, you stop enrolling. Number 2, you stop donating. And number 3, you hope that the federal funding dries up. Essentially, it's about time that we Bud Light Harvard and Penn. The founder of Open the Books, Adam Andruski, told Fox News, Harvard and UPenn are now more federal contractor than educator, collecting more on a government contract and grants than undergraduate student tuition. With the U.S. taxpayer subsidies, tax breaks, and federal payments into Harvard and UPenn exceed $1 billion per year. It's time to revisit the definition of a public charity. Collectively, these two schools have gamed the tax code for vast institutional enrichment. Andruski's group discovered that between 2018 and 2022, Harvard received $3.13 billion in total federal payments, which includes federal grants and contracts, while the University of Pennsylvania right here in Philadelphia received a whopping $4.38 billion in payments. Translation, unfortunately, Get Woke, Go Broke hasn't hit the Ivy Leagues just yet, but perhaps it should, and maybe it will. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you would like to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, on YouTube, you can be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and have your voice heard. We won't silence you. We won't censor you, and we won't force you to resign from your job. All right, we'll come back. We'll get some thoughts and reaction to that. Also, the New York Post alleging that Harvard had a very elaborate cover-up to protect Claudine Gay, and also what Mark Rowan, a big-time donor at Penn, is trying to do to the Ivy League institution in our own backyard. those stories as we continue this morning. It's Kayal and Company, live on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Looking ahead to Monday night, Philadelphia at Seattle. The Eagles are the favorite in the game. The money line is the Eagles minus 196. Now, if you place a $5 bet on it, you only win $250. However, the real winning comes when the Eagles win and you get $150 in bonus bets. Free to do whatever you want with on FanDuel Sportsbook. All you have to do is sign up right now using my promo code, FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. You can bet it on everything from spreads to player props, over-under, so much more. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free, barely there, naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a barely there feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to Pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Doing your financial research and due diligence is imperative these days, given the abundance of risky financial plans and investment scams masquerading as safe alternatives to the stock market. What makes the exclusive crash-proof retirement system different is its proven track record of truth, transparency, and protection from the pitfalls of Wall Street. Crash-proof consumer Alan Ruling, an internal auditor, thoroughly researched crash-proof retirement before investing in 2014 and rests comfortably knowing he made an informed decision for his financial future.
My background is I'm an internal auditor, so I ask a lot of questions. I probably spent a good 12 to 15 hours going through my questions and crash-proof retirement, coming up with answers. You couldn't stump them on any question. And I appreciate Phil and Joanne and the team taking their time.
Register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Wednesday morning, Kayal and company, as we are off and running. Absolutely loaded show today. Tony Bruno live from Florida, just about 2 hours from now. What's on the cut sheet? That's coming up 7:45 this morning. I don't know if I'm more fired up about this Harvard stuff or the Zelenskyy handout again yesterday, which we will get to coming up in just a little bit. You know, it's really remarkable that I think we're at the point now, and I say this because I don't think this Harvard story and these Ivy League institutions with their position on anti-Semitism and free speech and codes of conduct, I don't think these stories are going to be going away anytime soon. And the reason I say that is I think these were institutions that were highly disliked to begin with. I think there's a lot of people out there, just the everyday man and woman, that looks at these institutions in a negative light, because I think these institutions breed a lot of global elites and snooty people that think they're smarter and they're more entitled and they know what's right for the world more than everybody else. So I think there's always been this kind of disconnect between the real world and Ivy League academia. And I really think this is going to be kind of the academic version of Bud Light. The Bud Light story still has not gone away. We will give you the latest of what Dana White has said about Bud Light as a brand coming up later in the show. But I think this is something that's going to continue to go on because, yeah, we saw the resignation of McGill at Penn. But as I said this yesterday before the news broke in the 9 o'clock hour, or right around, I think it was like 8:55 when Dawn was wrapping up her big three and had that story, that I didn't think Claudine Gay was going to get fired. I mean, Bill Ackman had claimed that he believed that this was a DEI hire. Then we find out that she had apparently plagiarized some stuff with her thesis statement in 1997, to which apparently Harvard conducted a investigation and showed no results of plagiarism, which leads us to this follow-up from the New York Post. Apparently, Harvard tried to cover up the secret plagiarism probe into President Claudine Gay during the anti-Semitism storm, and they even went as far as threatening the New York Post with lawyers. This story from the New York Post as follows. Harvard University covered up a high-level investigation into whether its controversial president was a plagiarist and used an expensive law firm to threaten the New York Post over the New York Post's own probe. The college announced on Tuesday morning that it had investigated Claudine Gay over whether some of her academic work was plagiarized and had cleared her of breaching the college's standards for research misconduct. Instead, it said that she would request 4 corrections. This is really good here, folks. She would request 4. Now, keep in mind, this is 26 years later. The accusation stems from 1997. Here we are in 2023. I don't know where this thesis statement or whatever she wrote and had published, I don't know where it's saved, where it's stored, if it just exists in like the library or on like the website of harvard.edu or whatever. But they go on to say that she requested 4 corrections in 2 publications to insert citations and quotation marks that were originally, quote, omitted. Tuesday's statement issued to members of the Harvard community said that the probe began in late October after Harvard, quote, became aware of allegations about Gay, but the statement did not tell the full story, including how Harvard called in bulldog attorneys to protect Gay. So my big takeaway from all of this is Harvard is willing to go down with the ship in order to protect their president, Claudine Gay, from plagiarism, from not condemning, I should say, anti-Semitic remarks, from reading terribly worded, lawyered up statements in front of Congress. And here we are, and it looks like they're just going to ride it out and wait for, and this is probably their mindset. Oh, it'll pass over. They'll move on to something else. They'll be outraged by the next thing that pops up. Just give it time. You know, the holidays are coming up. Just lay low. Don't go on Twitter. People are tweeting about you. And the second semester comes, this'll all blow over. I don't think that it will, because it's more than just one school. We're talking about Penn. We're talking about Harvard. We're talking about MIT. And you got to believe, and I think it's fair to assume, that if this is the mindset at Penn and Harvard, this is also the mindset at Dartmouth, Cornell, Brown, every other institution in the Ivy League, and really a lot of these higher, uppity-up, biggity-big schools that cost a fortune, that put you in debt forever, and, you know, a school like Harvard that does not really condone these types of statements. I mean, this is a school that ranked at 0.00 in the free speech rankings of universities. They qualified as the only school under the abysmal category, and they were ranked 248th out of 248 schools. So that, to me, is remarkable. I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not sure, Dawn, if you're surprised that she got to keep her job with all of this, but I am not. That was my stance the last couple of days before this news broke yesterday. I think this was exactly what I foresaw coming.
Yeah, I think that I'm not surprised at all, and I'm not surprised that Harvard doubled down. I actually think that Penn acting quickly and getting Liz McGill to resign.
They look pretty good here.
Penn actually comes out looking better than any of them.
Yeah.
But ultimately, doesn't everything start to look like this big money laundering operation?
Yeah.
You know, that's what, because you start thinking, well, why would these government officials, these swamp creatures, these elected officials, why would they, you know, handpick certain, you know, prestigious Ivy League, you know, university? You start to realize how the money flows.
Over $7.5 billion from 2018 to 2022 to these two schools alone.
Well, and you just mentioned 2022, so I was looking at the Department of Education. So just December 5th. I mean, today's what? The 12th? This was December 5th.
Yeah.
Today's the 13th.
Or excuse me, the 13th.
Pardon me. 8 days ago.
Today's the 13th, which I did say at 6 a.m. Sorry. We had a late football banquet last night. So when you look at that, there's a Biden-Harris. Here's another one, economic recovery, U.S. Department of Education, and more grants.
Mm-hmm.
And you go through, and this one happened to be $277 million worth. But I thought, well, I'm going to have to sign up for these news releases.
Right.
Because I think these come out, you know, every 8 weeks or so.
Yeah.
You start looking back and how it adds up, and they talk about STEM and all these different programs. And so this is how you think of the tentacles of DEI, all these different programs that we talk about.
Yep.
And how the money travels.
Yep.
And then I would love to look at this money, and it's not all to Harvard. It's many different universities.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, some of this money goes to grade schools and high schools. But what do they have to sign on to? Oh, we're going to have a new training program. We're going to have this. And that's
adhere
how
to all of these programs and these mandates. Yep.
And so those programs and those mandates are part of what we're seeing in the schools. Because you wonder, well, how does all this work? Then some of the schools, they have to subscribe to some of these different things. So the money's flowing back and forth. It's our money. To your point.
Your tax dollars.
So we need like a flow chart to
We do.
figure this out.
Well, we're going to need a...
I love Venn diagrams.
We're going to need a Venn diagram here.
And how much money, and you talked about Joe Biden. He was an invisible professor.
Mm-hmm.
How many invisible professors are there?
I know.
You know what I mean? So then it looks to me like basically a money laundering operation.
And it's really remarkable because, and here's the other hypocrisy. So you have government institutions with academic institutions, and then you throw in these other people like the Larry Rocks of BlackRock and the CEO of that company with these social credit scores. So you have all these, to your point, all these little tentacles, and they all are intertwined together. But then on the other side, when a big money donor to one of these very left-leaning, not even left-leaning, very, very liberal now, I mean borderline progressive insane, when a donor all of a sudden starts to push back, then they get guffed. So it's okay for the government and corporations to influence the way you're supposed to think at universities, but alumni with big money that all of a sudden stop sending the checks, they're the bad guys.
We should be careful, though, about how much influence these donors have in these colleges. Yes, when we like the outcome, it's like, yeah, man, let's let the donors speak. They're going to pull their money. But let's say a billionaire like Bill Ackman at Harvard, or this Mark Rowan at Penn, at UPenn, say one of them didn't like a conservative teacher, or some class that was being taught of conservative values or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I'm going to pull my money until that class or that teacher is gone. Just be careful about how much influence a lot of these donors have, because we might not always like the outcome of it.
Well, that's basically the result right now. I mean, if you think about it, 97% of faculty don't identify as conservative. So it's already overwhelmingly skewed to the far left. Now, I don't know if this, and I'm looking at this article from the Inquirer, I don't know if Mark Rowan is a conservative or not, but here he comes along throwing out an email that's questioning Penn's policies. And apparently the way the Inquirer positions this, it raises the alarm. There's just two small paragraphs here. The deep-pocketed donor who started the successful effort to oust University of Penn president Liz McGill and board chair Scott Bach is now attempting to set the agenda for the university, according to some faculty, as he is questioning its instruction, its faculty hiring, and its political orientation. So I will arrive at the conclusion this guy is probably not liberal or progressive. In this article from the Inquirer, it says, in an email to trustees on Tuesday morning titled Moving Forward, Mark Rowan, the CEO of a private equity firm, Apollo Global Management in New York, attached a list of 18 questions, some with 5 parts. Among the questions, he asked whether the school should look at eliminating some academic departments, though he didn't name which, and examine, quote, criteria for qualification for membership in the faculty, end quote, citing a provision in the charter that allows trustees to set general policies around admission to the faculty. So it seems like, according to the charter at the University of Penn, that this Mark Rowan is well within his rights to question what's going on at Penn. But see, this is the hypocrisy that drives me insane. So the government can send all of this type of money from, your tax dollars, $4.3 billion, $3.87 billion. Then we can have all of these other high-level indignitaries out there that want to push the left-wing stuff. But then when a Mark Rowan comes along, doing well within his right, sending an email, the Inquirer decides to write a 4.5-page article about that. Now, Penn's policies were raising the alarm. It's like you already outnumber conservatives 8-1, 9-1. The city of Philadelphia, Democrats versus Republican from a registered voter standpoint, 7-1. Why is it that when the one time the rabbit has the gun on the other side, we always hit the panic button? You ever notice that, Dawn?
I love that.
They don't like when the rabbit has the gun.
When, what's up, Doc?
Right.
You got Bugs Bunny. I love that you incorporated Bugs Bunny into this. No, and you look at, to your points, you look at the headline in the Inquirer, it's the column that you're referencing, Penn faculty fear the donor who started the effort to oust McGill is attempting to set the agenda. It's like they're going, how dare he, with his money, tell us. And you read the questions. Like, do you have to be a donor to even ask the first question? What's the university's mission?
Right.
Oh, boy, that Mark Rowan, he's an evil guy.
It's like parental rights. It's like, how dare a parent question what's going on in the school districts throughout, Bucks County.
Guys, we can't have it both ways. We can't, claim that that sponsors who pull out of X for, what they deem as hate speech or whatever, Nazi stuff, and chastise them for that, but then applaud somebody who takes his money because he doesn't like the way the school's being run.
So wait. Okay, first of all, with regard to Bud Light, last time I checked, I don't think our tax dollars by the billions go to subsidize Bud Light. I'm pretty sure that Bud Light is a company in our capital. Maybe they get some money somewhere somehow.
Well,
I don't think it's billions.
Some of my paycheck goes to PA Wine and Spirits every week.
It's talking about subsidies.
Yeah.
So number one, my tax dollars don't go to Bud Light, and certainly our dollars by the billions don't. Number two, the tentacles as far as these billions of dollars, where they go. There's a back and forth that we need to have transparency, and that's the point I bring to Greg Stocker. That when Greg says, well, wait a minute, these donors, look at how transparent this is. So you have a donor and they have to report it. So we know how much Mark gives.
Mm-hmm.
We know, that's why we can report on all of it. There's transparency there. What this guy is asking is, hey, what's the process for evaluating the actions? Then he asks, what about some of these board members? Are they elected? What's the process? Is there transparency?
Right.
He's asking, all he's doing here, he's asking questions that are really good questions and fair questions. But the point of it is, with donors, it's on their tax form. It's all transparent. With the other stuff, look at how you've reported on Joe Biden and they had to investigate that and find out, well, did he ever lecture? How did he get all this money? Where's all this money going back and forth? That, my friends, is not quite as transparent.
Sadly, getting lost in all of this, as this has become super political, is the fact that it shouldn't come down to progressives versus conservatives over the fight of whether or not Israel has a right to exist and Jews have a right to live and claim a piece of land and, oh, by the way, not have to walk around on campus where they've got a bunch of left-wing 18 to 22-year-olds dressed up with the Palestinian flag, dressed in headgear, calling for the genocide of Jewish people. That should be a common sense thing. That shouldn't be a conservative versus liberal thing or a conservative thing versus progressive thing. That should be, let's see here. Is it fair to say that Jews should die? No, it's not right. It's not fair, and we shouldn't allow it, and we should differentiate between free speech and hate speech. But I would just put a bow on it this way, is for, 8 or 10 years now, we've been living in this cancel culture world. See, the difference here is twofold. One, the left uses cancel culture to go after things they don't like to hear, but they go after the little guy. They try to end somebody on Twitter because they tweeted something and upend the livelihood of a random dude or a random person who makes $50,000 a year. What we have seen since the Bud Light boycott, and that's the other difference, it's boycotts versus cancel culture. What the right has done is gone to this boycott, but we're not going after like the little peasants of the world. We've gone after Bud Light, Target, and now the Ivy League. And we're going after their wallets and saying, stop the donations, stop the federal funding, stop the enrollment, don't buy the product, don't patronize, don't be a patron to their store. I think there's a difference there. And it's not so much left versus right. It's easy to go after the little guy. But when you can put a dent in a big company, and oh, by the way, too, Bud Light's going to be just fine because as Bud Light has fallen off, I should say Anheuser-Busch collectively, the number one ranked beer that went to the top of the charts is Modelo, which I know I always get this tweet about there's some other company that bought them or whatever, but it's in publication, so you take up the semantics with somebody else. So
I love that you were able to bring up beer, Bugs Bunny, have some fun in here, and I love that you brought it back to the perspective.
It's the beauty of this program, Dawn.
It is. And, the bottom line is for this, we don't know Mark Rowan's politics, but I imagine that he and his family said, my goodness, don't we give a ton of money to look at these headlines, this upside down land? I'm glad that he's asking questions, but I think that the headline, that bold headline, tells you all, it's from the perspective of those faculty members who they're so outraged and disgusted.
Yeah.
I would say get rid of the freaking Department of Education.
Yeah.
Every time we talk about it, it's a disaster.
And we might not be in this situation today with Claudine Gay at Harvard if we didn't live in a DEI world. And what have I always said about DEI? Doesn't work. Meritocracy works. The best people get the best job regardless of your race, your religion, your gender, your sexual orientation, or any other self-identifying category.
But you know what you make me think of? We've been talking about that, DEI pronouns. Who knew that these places were breeding, apparently, anti-Semitism?
I know.
That, to me, then I feel like we were distracted by one thing when, God forbid, a very dark, scary thing was going on.
Yeah, and my pronouns right now are break/now because I'm 2 minutes late. 855-839-1210 is the number. We'll come back, put a bow on this. We have the California Coffee House update that we gave you last week. Well, guess what? Surprise, surprise, a couple of terminations. If you don't remember that story, we will give you the audio and the video one more time as we update you. As we continue, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
TikTok, it's that time of year again, time to scramble around, making sure you have all the right gifts for everybody on your list. Luckily, I discovered whatacrock.com. I've been talking to you about whatacrock.com. They have the idea of, sending, I've had the idea of sending some of my friends these meals and family members who could really use some delicious dinners without any prep, mess, or stress. And so far, this has been a huge hit. So if you haven't heard me talk about whatacrock.com before, here's how it works. You put a meal in your slow cooker in the morning. This is literally how simple it is. You put the meal in the slow cooker in the morning. You go about your day, do what you got to do. When you come home, dinner is waiting, simmering, and it makes the kitchen smell so good when you walk in. It's as simple as dropping that meal into your slow cooker, and boom, dinner is one and done. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu, more than 50 meals to try. No subscription, no commitment is required to order. That's a neat part of this, too. And they even have digital gift cards that are instantly delivered via email for, folks who need a great gift in a pinch, last minute, no problem. So make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. That's code WPHT for $10 off, excluding the gift cards, I should mention. And make sure you check them out. Whatacrock.com. Whatacrock.com. What a great idea. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Joe Metterchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Across the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, this is the season we gather together with family, friends, and neighbors. It's a time to celebrate all we've achieved and look forward to a new beginning as another year approaches. At PNC, it's also a time when we celebrate and thank everyone across the region for putting your trust in us. From all of us at PNC to all of you, happy holidays. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. There's a whole new musical element to it. He performs with the City Rhythm Orchestra. So if you get an opportunity, get out and see the new Joe Conklin show.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26 and 27. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 6:51 Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Coming up after Dawn's news, Joe Biden hands over another cool $200 million to Vladimir Zelenskyy. we'll get to that story. That also has me. Yesterday, I think I reached my tipping point with Russia, Ukraine. And I think some of it had to do with Fox because I was getting ready to watch the 5. And as soon as the 5 comes on, they immediately go right to, and Jesse Waters is like, all right, let's go to the White House where Joe Biden is talking with Volodymyr Zelensky. So I lost my judge time yesterday. I didn't get to see Judge Janine, so that had me steamed up on top of the $200 million.
Could we possibly get Judge Janine? Like, we got to get Judge Janine on with Nick.
All right, let's do it on a day that I'm not here.
Yeah, we'll do it when you take your 13-day break in a couple of days.
Come on.
Yeah.
That would be...
Yeah, next Thursday.
It's like his Christmas wish for crying out loud.
That'd be great.
You know?
I just want to hear her yell hogwash on the air. Love when she calls stuff hogwash. Underrated old school term. But let's update people on the story that we talked about last week where 3 Northern California clowns working in a Oakland coffee shop. And this story went viral where you had a lady of Jewish descent who went into, I believe, one of the public bathrooms in the coffee house. And she came out because she saw anti-Semitic Jewish stuff kind of spray painted or graffitied or whatever. People write stuff all over bathroom walls and doors in public places. And she was obviously shaken up by that, and rightfully so. And she wanted to use another facility, and you had a bunch of people that work in this little hipster coffee shop. I believe we had nose rings. We had one girl wearing a beanie. Yes, people still call it a beanie, like Stalker and I.
Skull cap.
Yeah, skull cap. So I believe we have the video and the audio. This will be a little refresher for you, and then we will give you the update. This is what transpired in that Oakland coffee house.
We've given you all your food.
I want to go into the
You're
restroom.
holding up shit. All right.
Also, currently, this is a private property. I want to go into the restroom. I do need you to leave.
I know Israel loves taking private property and saying it's their own, but we gotta head.
You're not going to let me go into the restroom? So I need you to leave. I want you to go into the restroom. I need you to leave, please. I was patterned here, and I have a right to go into the restroom. And we have a right to refuse service. Yeah, but I need to go into the restroom. I'm asking you to leave. No, you need to let me go into the restroom. I don't. I'm a patron here, and I need to go to the restroom. I'm kindly
Three blind mice.
No, I'm not going to leave. I'm kindly asking you to leave. Okay? No, I want to go into the restroom. That's fine. You can use our restroom. We have a restroom next door. No, I want to use
It's a restroom.
No, I should not be excluded and other people allowed. Saying no. I want to go into the restroom. And what is standing here going to do? You're not going to let me into the restroom? You can use our other restroom.
This is disgraceful. It's so disgraceful.
So embarrassing.
Like it's
All you don't get is a video of it saying that
it's like 1940 Germany.
I know.
If you agree with it, why are you afraid that I will take a picture of it?
Oh, actually, yeah, great.
Why, if you agree with it, why? Why are you afraid? Then why you're not letting me in? Because this is yeah.
So there's the anti-Semitic stuff.
Zionism equals fascism is what it says on there.
Free Palestine. It's always.
Please leave. Thank you.
It's always. Yeah, great. We love it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that guy's got mental health issues.
They all do.
That's a guy?
Yeah. I think he's identifying that way.
Yeah.
So the update is that these 3 individuals seen in the viral video denying a Jewish woman access to the bathroom, they are no longer employed there, as the owners of the eatery have said. Give you a couple of details because they did provide a few quotes. In a statement posted Saturday, Farley's, the coffee shop, that's the name of the establishment, their owners, Amy and Chris Hilliard, apologized and said they should have taken more forceful action earlier. Quote, what began as a civil dialogue between our staff and a Jewish customer escalated into a situation that was shocking and unacceptable. Events like this strike fear in the Jewish community and perpetuate the rise of anti-Semitism in our community and around the world. We do not tolerate any behavior at Farley's that makes people feel unwelcome or unsafe.
Wow.
The employees were, quote, disrespectful and hurtful. And because this act is not aligned with our values, the employees in the incident are no longer employed.
Interesting.
I wonder, though, if they were not going to act on this until it went viral.
Of course.
Because if that's the case, then I lose a little bit of respect for you.
Yeah, they would not have, because I'm guessing the owners of the coffee shop, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm guessing that they probably believe the same thing, but they just couldn't take the heat of that viral video. So
yeah.
Well, and the 3 that you see there, honestly, at first I thought this cannot be real.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's like their they have the one has like a mustard colored skull cap
mustard
and and a plaid shirt. And they're not even wearing KN95 masks, Nick. It's like that dirty cloth mask that they've been wearing for 3 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're just, they're big compared to the little lady who's like, "You're not going to let me use the bathroom."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at first I thought, no way.
Right.
This they scripted this.
Yeah.
This can't be real.
This has to be artificial intelligence or something.
Like they're spoofing the whole thing, and to imagine that these three boneheads, these ignoramuses, do this to this little lady.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness,
acting that way at a coffee shop.
Jeez.
Yeah, imagine dying on that hill. Well, they cost you your job. Good job, Skippy. 6:57. We'll come back. Kick off hour number 2. Dawn's got some news on the way, as well as Vladimir Zelenskyy picks up another $200 million, and I've about had it with this guy. We'll get into that when we come back. But right now, got to tell you about Wawa. I mean, if you have a cool $200 million around, you can get one massive big gift card, I guess. But you could go to Wawa.com or you could stop in store. Let's try digital first, shall we? Wawa.com. You can pick one of the festive card designs, enter the amount that you want, and actually write a personalized message. You can choose to have the Wawa gift card show up in the inbox instantly of a friend, family member, or loved one. Just like magic, boom, it'll arrive when you want it to arrive. You can set the date you want to send it. You can buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody you love. But if you like to go out and about and stop in by your local spot, your local Wawa in your neighborhood, your community, maybe you're grabbing a cup of coffee, a breakfast sizzly, whatever it might be, grab a gift card right there at the front of the register. Grab one for your favorite boss, aunt, uncle. Make anybody's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa. They are your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Took a look down a westbound road, right away I made my choice. Headed out to my big two-wheeler, I was tired of my own voice. Took a beat on the northern plains and just rolled that power on.
Kayal and Company, welcome in 7:01. Live on this Wednesday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet? 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:25. Also, another $50 gift card to Burger King today for our Morning Mystery Movie Clip prize. And before we get to a lot of that, we got to have a little conversation. I teased this just briefly yesterday. We never got to it. One of the websites we always check out for interesting studies and polls and surveys, studyfinds.org, has a very interesting article on why declining invitations to holiday parties is actually good for you. So we'll have a little fireside chat about the holiday parties.
Yes.
Both at the corporate level, the family level, the friend level, and we'll kick that around coming up in about 25, 30 minutes. Also, thoughts on Biden and Zelenskyy and that dog and pony show from yesterday. But let's get to the news before we get to all of that. 7:02, round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Wednesday morning, December 13th. Quite chilly as we start out the day, 33. We'll tell you when the big warm-up will begin. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Best Work Industries for the Blind. In the news today, and there's so much happening, we've been talking about these, a number of arrests and revelations, charges announced in Northeast Philadelphia in that shooting that injured 2 police officers. The officers survived, suffered bullet graze wounds to the face. The other officer shot in the ankle. As the suspect now identified, 40-year-old Dial Devon of Philadelphia, charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, other charges after those 2 police officers suffered injuries in that shootout on Frankfort Avenue at Welsh Road. This all unfolded Sunday. We're learning more about the rap sheet of this suspect who's now charged with more serious crimes. But in fact, that rap sheet dates back nearly 20 years. And a lot of outrage in the community that this guy was out and about, even had served some time in prison. People saying, why was this guy out here? Fired upon officers, could have killed somebody. Thank God those officers are surviving, are recovering at home. We have the body of a man found inside a warehouse in Philadelphia, ID'd as that escaped prisoner everybody's been looking for, Gino Hagenkotter. He was found in a warehouse, dead, located on the 1100 block of East Venango Street. And so police say that there is an autopsy. The medical examiner's office was able to identify him through fingerprints. However, we don't know the exact cause of death. He had escaped from Riverside Correctional Facility. Minimal security. He was working a detail assignment in the orchard behind the Philadelphia Industrial Correctional Facility.
Yeah, Stalker has actually just left the studio. Greg is going to confirm it's him. He took his tape measure from his toolbox, and we'll have verification in about 40 minutes. By the way, let me ask you this with interesting question. I guess we could throw this out to men and women, but I was just thinking because Gino's a man. Would you rather be a 5 foot tall man or 7 feet tall?
5 feet tall.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You'd rather be 5 than 7?
Yeah.
Let's assume the average height of a man, 5'10", 6 feet tall, whatever it is. Would you rather be very, very short or incredibly awkwardly tall?
Yeah, I think I'd rather be short.
Really?
Yeah. Because 5 foot is not, it's short, but it's not, what's the average height? Like 5'7"? It's not that far. It's not that far off.
Dawn, would you rather be 5 feet tall or 6'5"? I can't imagine a female being 7 feet tall.
Well, I would say this in the world, especially with a name like Gino Hagenkotter, if you're 7 feet tall, you're in the NBA.
Yeah, right. That's why I would rather be 7 feet tall. I think that there's a better chance that I'm making lots of money if I'm 7 feet tall as opposed to 5 feet tall.
Yeah.
Also, I think if you're really that tall, 7 foot or whatever, I think your life expectancy isn't that great.
No, you're exactly right. And I thought of that immediately, your heart, because it's hard on your heart.
Yeah.
However,
Andre the Giant.
Not for nothing. If I could be 7 feet tall, play in the NBA, live that life, I would go for it.
Like when I first met Dan Bernowski, I was like, dude, why are you not in the NBA?
He's about as coordinated as
Dan Bernowski.
Yeah,
and that's the hard thing. If you are a really tall person and you're not an athlete, because everybody throughout your whole life goes, where'd you play?
Yeah.
You know what's funny is that when Dan first started here, he he was carrying a lot of weight on him too. Like he was a big dude.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden he came in and just looked like somebody deflated him.
Yeah, well, he
lost.
You try eating on a radio producer salary, you lose weight too.
He probably lost.
Yeah.
I don't know, Don. What would you say? 100 pounds? I mean,
that's good for him.
Yeah, he lost a ton of weight.
Yeah, he's been really disciplined. Actually, really fit, working out.
All right.
So yeah, I would say I would go with the 7 feet.
Okay. Sorry to hijack the news there.
No. I just think that if you're a woman, it's easier to be 5 feet than a guy.
Yeah. Roger's probably mad at me that I interrupted your news. I'll be quiet.
Oh, Roger.
Yeah.
So remember we talked about the South American, what did we call them? Burglary tourism or whatever we called it.
Yeah, this burglary ring.
The ring that actually, we had heard about it through our friend Chief Pat Malloy in Abington, but we'd also heard about it from law enforcement on the main line, Bryn Mawr, Lower Merion Township. They had arrested 4 guys. They were apprehended in Abington. And now we have another. This is a Chilean man who is believed to be part of this what was that? What did I say? Accused burglary ring.
Mm-hmm.
So law enforcement officials in Lower Merion Township, police say they arrested 25-year-old Claudio Alexander Fuentes Soto, and the driver of the vehicle, who officers claim fled the scene of the burglary, reported at that home in Bryn Mawr. So this was the latest one over the weekend that happened. They've arrested this guy, a Chilean national, who had false ID that said he was from Venezuela at the time of his arrest, but they've confirmed now he's a Chilean national. I don't know if he was somebody, because he has the fake ID. Is he somebody who came over on some kind of a visa program, or did he come through the southern border? I'm trying to parse that out exactly. But ultimately, I will say in the Bryn Mawr burglary, they saw 3 other guys fled on foot. And this was that burglary ring we've been talking about, where they know that they're coming through. The one came from California over the border into California, then all the way here.
Do either of you guys have that Ring doorbell feature?
No.
I do.
It's amazing.
You like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you can check it out on an app on your phone.
Anytime somebody enters your area of your house, it alerts you.
Can you pull it up on your phone now and just look at your porch or whatever?
Yes.
I could,
I'm assuming.
yeah.
Okay, that's a pretty cool.
Now, I use it during the morning because I can see, here it is. If they let Buddy out and they haven't left for school yet, and then there's, I'm here.
Yeah, Dawn does it more to spy on her 18-year-old son.
Hey, 18's a spying age.
18,
is it?
I was there once. I snuck out a few windows, remember?
18 and 16, they're
Yeah.
But because I look, I'm like, guys, let Buddy in. He's at the front door.
Right.
It's like, hello, and he's looking in the mirror. He's like,
So does it come with signage for your yard that says this house is protected and monitored by Ring doorbell? Remember, everybody used to have security systems back in the day, and you put that little thing in your yard. This house is monitored by ADT.
That's a good question.
You would think it's a crime deterrent, right?
Oh, totally.
Right.
We've had a guy, we've had this happen a couple times, where a guy comes down the driveway and they'll wear the cap, like brown or red, matching shirt, but there's no vehicle. So you look down there, there's a guy walking down the driveway, where's the vehicle? And they will come with the base, like a baseball cap, and it's tipped down. Then they look, if they see that you have the doorbell thing or any kind of cameras, and then you'll see them and they go, and they do an about face and they walk away.
Yep.
It's funny, when we first moved into our house, because we have that as well, and ours can see our driveway. And we used a pool company when we first, I don't even think they're in business anymore, so I'm safe here. But neither my wife nor I were home. And we got an alert on our phone, and we saw this guy walking down. He looked homeless, and he had a hammer in his hand. And I was just like, oh, my God, we have to call the police. What is this? And it was the guy coming to work. It was the guy coming to work on our pool.
It was Bobby the pool boy, and you're going to get him arrested.
This long beard and this long scraggly hair. His jeans were all ripped and everything. I was just like...
He's like, I'm a ZZ Top Cabana boy, all right?
Greg comes home early from work one day and finds the pool boy skinny dipping in his pool. Calls the cops. He's like, whoa.
Holy crap!
Oh, my goodness.
Ugh.
In Royersford, Pennsylvania, we're watching the case. This is a jury trial. This is a guy accused of murdering a mother in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Will soon learn his fate. The jury started deliberating yesterday afternoon in the trial of Blair Watts, charged with killing Jennifer Brown. If you recall the story, she went missing back in January. Her body was later found near her home 2 weeks later. Remember that she did not go out to the school bus to meet her son coming off the bus. Just a tragic story. Well, this guy on trial, and now the jury is deliberating, was allegedly the motive here. They were business partners. She had given him a large payment of $9,000 as part of this business investment, and they say that was the motivation, that he had botched the business plans or wanted to keep the cash. That's the allegation. He denies this and says he did not hurt her, did not do this. Somebody else did it. However, that remains a question as far as what the jury's going to do here. So that's looming. We have other situations going on with Volodymyr Zelenskyy pleading for Ukraine aid. Did he get the money? Nick Kayal will have the answers for you. What happened with the Biden Big Daddy meeting yesterday?
Big
and I
daddy.
say in air quotes.
So
Who's your daddy?
Yeah, so we have the big guy. The big guy gets 10%, but Big Daddy gives out $200 million. Always nice.
We've been talking about UPenn naming J. Larry Jameson as the new interim president after Liz McGill's resignation. Many questions swirling. The union that represents nearly 170 SEPTA police officers, the Fraternal Order of Transit Police Lodge 109, could go on strike today. So this is looming. Will a strike be happening? They had, you may remember, right around Thanksgiving, the union officials had said in a good faith effort, they extended this to set the strike deadline to today. And so now this is indeed looming. They said they've been working without a contract with SEPTA since last March, and they want the contract. So the Fed is expected to learn today, as the Fed meets, what's going to happen with interest rates. Are they holding the line? It's expected they will. And in fact, it's expected they'll start actually lowering the interest rates into the new year. That's great news for the economy. By the way, the update on the Deck the Hall light show on City Hall, we've talked about the fact that if you notice this year, they don't have the holiday staple, which has been here since, well, at least 6 years that I can remember. The deal is they didn't get a sponsor, so no colorful light show on City Hall. However, what they're saying is that they received money, a grant, to have LED lighting that is, if you think of South Broad Street, what's similar there, that during the year you could have white lights, and then during the holidays you could have the colored lights. And so they're saying that's how they've gone with it. So they've received a grant program, so the lights will return a year from now, but they didn't have a sponsor.
Okay.
So maybe with a new mayor, new lighting, who knows? Maybe that can keep hope alive for Philadelphia and City Hall. Maybe it's symbolic somehow.
There you go.
Best Work Industries for the Blind is our sponsor this morning, and their e-commerce store is helping businesses succeed in all work environments. So bestworksupplycenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture tech, and so much more. Free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now, save at bestworksupplycenter.com. We're in the about 43, 44 degrees, sunny today, 39 degrees for your high tomorrow. So the overnight lows are in the 20s. So watch out for those freezing pipes if you have those rooms that maybe don't get as much heat. Maybe leave a trickle of water going. And then the warm-up begins for your Friday. 52 degrees for Friday. And then we move into mid-50s for Saturday. Sunday is the lesser day of your weekend. I say that because although we're in the low to mid-50s, the rain is a-coming for your Sunday. So Saturday, the better outdoors day. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, Biden gives out more money to Ukraine. What's the end goal here, and when will the funding dry up? It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Thank you so much, and I can't wait to spend time with you for the 99.9% of you who have signed up for our trip to southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours next spring. Just a couple of spots left here. We're talking about the Isle of Capri, Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, Rome too. Can't wait to see the ancient sites of Rome, the Colosseum. It's so beautiful. All while enjoying this gastronomical event for 12 days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and the part I can't wait for, the wineries, tasting sessions, the group dining events that Conservative Tours is known for. They are legendary, really iconic. Just ask my friends Dom and Ro Giordano. 5267 includes nonstop airfare. So you can go to conservativetours.com. You'll see my picture there, the itinerary. Yes, my husband, Larry Menti, our teen sons, Michael and David. We can't wait for it. And as well, we're going to find out why so many locals, why the Italians take their vacations and honeymoons in Puglia. It's known as Italy's best-kept secret. Charming villages, unparalleled cuisine, and authentically Italian. So southern Italy next spring. And thank you to those of you, as I can't wait till we all are joined together. Italy in spring. It's going to be amazing. I can smell the lemon groves outside my hotel window in Sorrento. Conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
How about a trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida? Sunshine, baseball, music, and comedy. Book your trip now to Clearwater with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at JoeConklin.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Look at you. Your life under control. Errands done. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? So many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? Maybe a tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a Tasty Cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. What do you call a typo on a tombstone? A grave mistake. No kidding, folks. Whether you need carpet for your home or business, whether it's your boardroom, bedroom, or investment property, I've got just the thing at half price. Whether you visit my showroom on Lancaster Avenue in Bryn Mawr or my warehouse in Conshohocken, you'll save big. Call me at 1-800-220-RUGS. That's Norman Carpet, 1-800-220-RUGS, or visit us at normancarpet.net.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Kayal Company, one down, one to go. We took care of Harvard in the first hour. That's the first big bullet that had me steamed up this morning. The second one is something we will get to now. So I'm not sure how many of you yesterday, perhaps if you're out of work, 3:30, 4 o'clock, home by 4:30, whatever, maybe you saw this live on television right around 5:03, 5:04 p.m. yesterday. Not sure if the other networks cut into it, but Fox bailed out of the 5 and went right to the United States President Joe Biden and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy yesterday for their joint press conference where Joe Biden announced another cool $200 million in additional military aid to Ukraine as Zelenskyy visited the White House yet again. But I got to tell you, for a guy whose country is under attack from Russia, he sure is here an awful lot. Yeah, I've seen pictures of him on a yacht. And the guy's living a very nice life for a guy who's trying to protect his country to make sure that their right to exist and freedom prevails and democracy prevails. So yesterday, Biden said, quote, "I just signed another $200 million drawdown for the Department of Defense for Ukraine, and that will be coming. That roughly $200 million in weapons and equipment will be taken from Pentagon stockpiles, which now leaves the United States with roughly $4.4 billion remaining in weapons that it can provide from department stockpiles." And I don't know what it was about yesterday, and this is not so much about what Joe said, but it was just the demeanor and the delivery of Zelenskyy that started to get under my skin. And I've kind of reached my tipping point with this guy. And he, towards the end, he said thank you. But he almost demands it. Like, he comes here dressed like a schlub and demands this type of money from the United States and these level of weapons. And I have a couple of thoughts on this now, because we're coming up on 2 years. I believe it was, February of 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. So, first of all, if you're on the receiving end of $200 million, please look the part. That's number one. In a world where optics matter, please at least look like you're grateful and thankful and not like you just rolled out of a bunker somewhere. That's the first thing. Number two, defense contractors have got to be loving this. I mean, they are. You talk about a holiday season and something to be grateful for and thankful for. Defense contractors love this. And there's no doubt we're in the business of war. I mean, that's as plain as day. We all realize that. But I see no end in sight, because they had a few select journalists yesterday that asked, I believe, pre-scripted questions in advance. Joe looks down after he gave his spiel and Zelenskyy gave his spiel, and he's like, we're going to have 3 questions. And then he rattled off the names of the reporters and obviously had the questions in advance. And then there was some questions that needed to be translated. And then they had the little earpiece in their ear so they could understand what's going on. But they said that one of the questions was, is this just going to keep going on, or what's the goal here? Is the goal total victory over Russia? Well, that's not going to happen without America continuing to fund this never-ending war. Because the moment we stop, Ukraine is done. They're done in like 90 minutes. That nation's going to get steamrolled without America's help and without the other 50 nations that are chipping in. And then you say you want this to end. As an American, you're somehow disrespectful to Ukraine and their rights. And why is it, and this is the question, if I was at that press conference, or I would ask Karine Jean-Pierre this, because I know she wouldn't have the answer, and it would be a total checkmark victory for me. Why is it that we almost seem to value the border of Ukraine more than our own southern border? Why is protecting Ukraine from Russia more important than protecting our border from the cartel? It's a question that needs to be answered, I think. And then, of course, if you push back on Ukraine, or as a citizen, you have mixed feelings on this of, well, yes, of course, I don't want Russia to steamroll Ukraine, but it's got to end eventually. Then they label you pro-Russia. Then they label you like in favor of of Putin. And it's just, to me, it just feels like a nonstop cycle of war, another endless, pointless war. And when you say, well, I'm America first, you're somehow deemed like intolerant of other nations and their right to exist. I don't know about you. If you saw any of it, if you saw any of the highlights, maybe there's some coming up on the cut sheet. I'm so over and done the Ukraine thing. I don't want to see the Ukraine flag in your profile. I don't want to see the Ukraine flag in your yard. I'm done with it. I'm done with the warmongering, the never-ending cycle of war. And equally, I'm tired of like those on the left that are like, oh, you're America first? Goddamn right I'm America first. Yes, I am. And I'm proud of that. So I'm tired of this, hey, Zelenskyy, how much more do you need? Like, there's so many other issues that and I think generally speaking, most Americans are anti-war unless it absolutely has to do with America's safety, security, and freedom. Like, what does Russia, and I know you can get into, we can have all these deep dives and you bring on guests and all this other, what exactly does this have to do with us? And you can say, well, Putin wants to put the Soviet Union back together. And okay, great. And I'm not saying I'm pro-Putin by any stretch. If it was up to me, I'd wipe out that scumbag. But like, eventually, there's got to be an end goal here. Because as I just mentioned in this article, $4.4 billion remaining in weapons. Is it going to get to the point like where we're depleted? And the result of that is because we just gave so much to Zelenskyy? Like, fight your own battles, dude. Like, I hate to say it and be so callous, but we're coming up on 2 years. I'm done with it. I've had it. I've had it with this guy. Seeing him gets me nauseated.
What are they going to do when we can no longer fund them?
That's what I'm saying. And where are these other nations?
Because that time is coming, by the way.
Now, I don't have like the financial tracker of what these other nations and what these other NATO countries have donated and chipped in. And has this country given $3 million? Has this country given $25 million? All I know is, and all I really care about is the money and the weaponry that we're providing. And it's like, this is 2 years. And yes, without us, Ukraine would have been long gone by now. But the moment we pull out and withdraw, then what? Russia's not going to stop until they bulldoze that entire nation.
There's no end for this. And Russia has the money, the wherewithal to. There was a report out yesterday that like 315,000 Russians have been killed so far. They don't care. They're going to
right.
They're going to play the long game and they're going to win. So
that's what I'm saying.
What is Ukraine going to do when we stop funding them?
Right.
And they can't.
And what's America's goal here?
But here's the other. I'll look at it from the other side. In other words, this coming up February, it will have been 2 years.
Yep.
When this whole thing started nearly 2 years ago, everybody said, "Oh, Ukraine's going to topple." Here's this. You have to give it to Ukrainians.
They're fighting for their right to exist.
These are some tough people.
It's just like the Jews with Hamas. Yes.
And I know we have the other piece of it is we in this area have a huge Ukrainian population. There were people here who did or wanted to go back to the homeland to fight. And so I love the fight of the Ukrainian people. I do. Do they have a democracy? No, they don't, and it's known as a corrupt government.
Yeah, Zelensky's no darling. All right, let's stop treating him like he's Mother freaking Teresa.
So
he's not.
To me, I think ultimately, and I'm not Henry, I'm not the late, Kissinger over here, but I will say this: it's complicated and it's delicate.
Yeah.
What I look at right now, we've given a ton of money, so I don't think that at this point. You put in all this money.
You're pot committed. You've already put a lot of your chips in.
You
have to play the hand out.
You've made your bed. You own it.
Exactly.
The other piece of it is, who knew Russia was actually this weak?
I know.
They've got morale issues. Look, to your point, look at how many they've lost. And so they're weak. That's not good either.
No.
Because you don't want China to move in and do something crazy like we're talking about Taiwan.
Yeah.
What if China says, Russia's really weakened.
Right. Because
they're
when
exhausted.
Joe shows weakness on one front,
Mm-hmm.
you bet you can take it to the bank that China's watching and paying attention. North Korea, Iran. How Joe handles this in the Middle East, and trust me, China's not weak. We've realized Russia's weaker than we thought. China's not weak.
So, you think of Putin, you think of Zelensky, they're at least the devil but you don't want all the heck to break loose with China doing something as far as Russia. So I think we're stuck. I do. I think we're stuck. I think right now that's what I think Republicans will approve. They know they're going to approve something, and they're battling back and forth. But at the very least, I think that we need to have the argument that you brought up. And yesterday I called it the Southern Crosswalk, because I don't even think we have a border at this point.
Yeah.
It's the Southern Crosswalk.
What could we do with $200 million at the southern border? Probably could fix up a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah. So I think, hey, you want to give the aid to Ukraine, then we need the aid to the southern border. We need to shore this thing up.
Yep. 855-839-1210. The phone number. Holiday parties. Why declining the invitation is actually good for you. But right now, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. For going on 8 or 9 months now, I've told you about the Honda Ridge line. I've told you about the other great brands, all the locations, all the award-winning vehicles, the great service, and all of that remains true. But it is the holiday season, and there is no greater time of the year to give back than the holiday season. That is why Piazza Premium Automobiles has partnered with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive once again. You can visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms through December 15th. You still have a couple of more days to go, and you can stop by to donate a new toy. Your support will make the holidays a little brighter for a local child in need. To find the dealership nearest you, just go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. And from Piazza, thank you and happy holidays.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation. People who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000.
Bob's Little Sports Shop on Delsey Drive in Glassboro is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and a classroom area. If you're a New Jersey concealed carry permit holder, you must recertify by December 31st, 2023 due to changes from the New Jersey State Police. If you qualified at Bob's originally, let them help you now with the new change in recertifying before the end of the year. Black Friday specials at Bob's Little Sports Shop include 15% off all hunting supplies, select discount on ammunition, winter Winchester shotguns are $25 off tag price. Visit Bob's Facebook page and website. Call 856-881-7575 or go to bobslittle.sportshop.com. And remember, if you're a New Jersey concealed carry permit holder, you must recertify by December 31st due to changes from the New Jersey State Police. Let Bob's Little Sports Shop help you with the new change in recertifying before the end of the year. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittle.sportshop.com. Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their 3rd season with the Birds, Advanced Dentistry of Harleysville on Main Street is the official dentist for the Philadelphia Eagles and would love to care for you. The all-pro team of doctors, Shaw and Maitre, provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our birds. Go to HarleysvilleDentist.com.
From Essington to Cochranville, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
I was just 34 years old, and I was still wandering in a haze. I was wondering why everyone I met...
It's Kayal Company, 7:39 Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno's coming up at 8:25. Also, what's on the cut sheet in just about 6 or 7 minutes? 855-839-1210 if you want to join the show. I do want to get to this holiday party conversation. I think this is fascinating. But let me just squeeze in this call. Rob is in West Deptford. He's got some thoughts on what we were just talking about with Ukraine and Russia. Rob, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I appreciate you letting me air this out because I've been so angry about this war. I was against it from the beginning because you got the Eastern Hemisphere supplying Putin, the Western Hemisphere supplying Ukraine, and it's never going to end. Just like Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, it's never going to end, and I was chastised for it. But now's the time to come to terms with a settlement, a peace, a ceasefire, and a peace. My suggestion is you give Putin what he's already claimed in Ukraine, but get him to pay for the damage that he's done in the rest of Ukraine. If we wait so we can't afford to give Ukraine any money and drop out, we're not going to get anything for our investment. This is the time to end it.
Yeah, and I don't think, and I was thinking about Biden, and appreciate the call, Rob. I was thinking of Biden and Trump, and maybe Trump has already posted a video on this over the last 21 months on Truth Social, and it might be slipping my mind. But if I'm Trump, I put out a video after yesterday, and I say, on day one, if I am reelected president in 2025, the funding stops immediately. That's what I would do if I was Donald Trump. Maybe he's posted that. I don't know. I'm not on Truth. So.
Well, he did say, Trump did talk about this wouldn't have happened under his watch.
Yep.
But I don't know, Nick, that he would say the funding stops. I think what he would say is, we're going to strike the deal.
That's fine by me as well.
Right?
Yep.
And that's, you never hear those words.
Nope.
But Pennsylvania is one of the, I think, top recipients, I believe.
Okay.
I'll look this up and send it to you. Pennsylvania is among the top recipients of, in other words, the production places. Our state and our manufacturers benefit greatly from these contracts as far as sending over materials, armaments and so on, and supplies. And so that's what Biden was talking about over the summer. I forget the timing, when he said that, in essence, this does create jobs. And so he was saying, well, we're sending over, all this stuff, and then it keeps people employed because they have to build more.
Oh, yeah.
But
the
then,
spin is unbelievable, isn't it? It's like claiming the unemployment right now is at 3.7% and touting that and banging your chest. Well, yeah, you have all these new jobs because a lot of these jobs were ones that were taken away during the pandemic. So all you did was replenish the jobs that you removed when people were like, your business is not deemed necessary during the pandemic.
Yeah, and I also think the transparency is important. I mean, for Zelenskyy, he's here. Okay, show us where, we want to know where all this money is going. Since we're among those, we're giving the biggest, not just cash, not just money, but all of these supplies. We want to know exactly where the armament's going. And we don't have the books open on that one.
No. And we've seen just so many situations, like all these escalating tensions and all of this stuff. I mean, think about it. So Joe goes into office effective January 2021. 13 months later, we have Russia, Ukraine, and that just didn't happen overnight. Russia was planning this for months and months and months, perhaps even for a few years. Now we have Israel, Hamas. You have China, spy balloons in our country, China, Taiwan. So if you're the Biden administration, you have to keep an eye out for that. Obviously, Iran and how they're funding things in the Middle East. You have North Korea, who's always lurking around. And they're all taking note, and this on top of the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. So it's this never-ending advertisement of weakness, and we'll fund you and we'll try to protect you. And what's the moment where the Biden administration has put their foot down? Remember the question, what was your message to so-and-so if they decide to do blah, blah, blah? Joe was like, don't. Ooh. Joe said, don't do it. That'll really strike the fear of God, India. You know what? We were planning on this, but Joe said don't. All right, let's abort. We can't do it. Biden said don't. Yeah, that's real. It's real intimidating. 855-839-1210. All right, I don't want to rush through the holiday party story. This will be a fun story we'll get to coming up. We'll do this after Bruno, so probably right around the 9 o'clock hour. But at 7:45, right on the dot, let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sales and lease options. Cherry Hill Volvo on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. If you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button. Carissa writes, can you give my daughter Ava a shout out? She's 4 and we listen to you guys every morning together. Hi, Ava.
Hi, Ava.
Ava.
Look at that. We go from we appeal from 4 all the way up to 94. It's unbelievable.
Mom, I hope you earmuff little Ava when we talk about something that maybe you don't want your 4-year-old daughter to hear about. But thank you for listening, watching. We really appreciate it. 4.
Yeah.
Maybe
Good
Ava.
morning, Ava.
We're big in the 4 to 8 demo, I've heard.
4-year-olds love us.
That's right.
Maybe Ava and my son can meet up later in life. He's 3.5, right?
You're trying to matchmake your son already. Oh, my goodness.
So I want to get your reaction on this. And there's video attached to it. So if you want to see this, go over to YouTube. But we can describe it for those of you stuck in traffic right now or listening at work and can't get to the YouTubes. Los Angeles Lakers star LeBron James faced criticism on Tuesday for how he entered is it the Galen Center?
I don't know. So is this the USC game?
Yes.
Yes, it's the Galen Center. That's where I think his kid plays.
The Galen Center. He went to watch his son, Bronny, play his first collegiate game following his cardiac arrest that he had over the summer.
Yeah.
The Orange County Register reporter Luca Evans posted the video on X of James walking into the arena with his younger son Bryce and 2 of his Sierra Canyon High School teammates. The video showed James enter the arena while the national anthem was playing. X users noticed that James immediately sat in his chair as the Star Spangled Banner blared on the speakers and failed to remove his hat, which is customary to do during the national anthem. He stands toward the end of the video. I'm going to play it. I'm going to play the audio, and then you guys can watch the video, too, and tell me if you think that this was disrespectful or if this was something else. Cut 12, guys. Go.
Now, he's walking along the baseline here. Yep, about to sit courtside. He's got his daughter, looks like maybe 9 or 10. Of course, she's carrying an iPad because all kids need an iPad everywhere they go.
Sits down.
Sits down. Okay. Here comes a couple other people with him. Stands up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I did see this on social media last night. This is a big nothing burger.
Really?
This is a complete overreaction. Now,
Okay.
yes, LeBron has had some very anti-American stances, so that's why he's not getting the benefit of the doubt here, and that's his fault because he has been very, very BLM and everything, and he's been very political and social justice and all this other stuff over the last 5-6 years or whatever. But if you watched that video, he was sitting in total for, 20 seconds, and then he gets back up. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's got his daughter. I mean, who knows? Maybe she was the whole car ride. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? She's got the iPad. I don't know, maybe they were in a parking lot and she didn't have her shoes tied. He might have been in one of those moments where he just wanted to sit down for a second, get situated, and then stands back up. I know that the stock answer is to crush LeBron for being anti-American, but based on that context, I say that's a nothing burger.
Nah, I disagree.
You disagree?
I disagree.
Okay.
We were at a football game, before high school football season ended, which was a disaster. But anyway, I won't get into that. But we were, and I was running up because I grabbed, it was freezing cold at that particular game, and I ran up and they had they were playing the national, they had somebody singing, and everybody's standing there, hands in there, and there were people as I'm running to up. And people look at me because they are stopped in their tracks, hands on heart.
Right.
And
so they were mad that you were just standing and moving and getting from point A to point B.
Right. And not even at the stadium, outdoor stadium, approaching it, but you can hear that loud music.
Right.
And that was outdoors.
Okay.
That was at the Malvern game. So that's outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
This is indoors. He clearly knows what song is a lot, it's being performed live.
Yeah.
There are people within 8 feet of him, and you see them around him. And by the way, everybody's not standing. That's weird to me.
Yeah.
But there are people standing hands on heart, and he can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, you know exactly what's going on. And for you to just, if you're that oblivious, that's a problem. But he knew.
Yeah, well, he at times he can be kind of in a very aloof D-bag. I'll clear that up for our 4-year-olds out there. But here's my thing is, and I'm very much pro national anthem for sporting events. I've told you the story about how where I had my hat on as a kid, my dad slapped it off the back of my head and told me to, put your hand across your chest and put your hat across your chest. So I get all of that, but I'm trying to look at the context of it with the daughter and everybody in LA is always a late arriving crowd, right? Nobody's ever on time.
Well, can I just say this? So Luca Evans, who posted the video, responded because this obviously went viral.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it's a he or a she, but Luca says, as the reporter who took the video, this is a gross and completely mischaracterization of the situation. LeBron has done this for years in Bronny's time in Sierra Canyon. It's objectively the best time to walk in so he doesn't cause a massive stir. Stop it.
Okay, so he's defending LeBron's moment of sitting down.
Yeah, he didn't.
Okay.
I don't think he posted this to say, "Oh my God, look,
Right.
he's sitting during the national anthem." I think that's just what people on social media.
The conclusion they arrived at.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was posting it to say, "Hey, look who arrived at this
Yeah.
USC game to see his son play."
Yeah, and trust me, I can't stand LeBron James. But I disagree with Don. I think this is. By the way, what time did you get home last night from the awards banquet? I'd rather talk about your son's awards banquet than Bronny playing at USC, to be honest.
10 o'clock. But no, I'm going to disagree. You're a big star, and you think you're so important. No, be respectful in the moment. He knows if you want to come in last minute for whatever reason it is, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Come in, put your bag down, stand up, put your dang hand on your heart, pay some respect.
Yeah.
Because this country has allowed everybody there. It's not just all about you.
Mm-hmm.
And I like a lot of what he's done.
Yeah.
He is a role model to so many young men, and there are so many of his speeches and things online that he does that I really love.
Yeah.
And one of my sons really looks up to him and loves him. But I know you're a big deal. I know you're wealthy. I know you're an excruciatingly talented athlete. God bless you. But take a moment to show some dang respect.
So you like LeBron, but are mad at this instant.
Yeah.
I can't stand the guy and think it's a nothing burger.
No. Take your hat off. Show some respect.
All right.
And in other words, time and place.
Well, let me ask you a question. What is, like, if you're a big star like that, what is the best time to arrive at an event so you're not, causing a stir?
Halfway through the first quarter, media timeout, the 6-minute mark.
Do they do that? You know how, like, in the NBA where they dim the lights and everybody comes out
Starting
and it's a whole
lineups.
thing? Yeah, starting lineups. They don't do that in college, I would assume, right? Or do they?
No, I think they do. Maybe not like the same level of pomp and circumstance as a pro arena,
Yeah.
but yeah, they still do introductions and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
I would think that, like, you should know better that, like, during the national anthem is probably not the best time to, strut down and, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
There are other people coming in too. That's fine. And walking in, if that's what they're doing, okay, walk in. But just to ignore it and then pretend that it's not happening, come on already.
And let's
just show a little bit of respect, would you?
Ipso facto on the YouTube chat says, Dawn, does your son look up to Xi too as well?
No.
Because Xi is LeBron's hero.
Just shut up and dribble, LeBron.
I mean, my son, who's an athlete, likes the fact that he's an athlete. The conversation I have with my kids is like, look, I actually know Michael Jordan. He was in my CBS newsroom back in the day. He was a gentleman. So Michael Jordan, somebody of that level who's an international superstar, always found a way to show some class.
Was this when you were in Chicago?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Show some class.
I'm sure he remembers you too.
Yeah, him and Dawn exchange numbers. They text from time to time. Dawn's been invited to his holiday party.
Stop.
She declined.
All right, speaking of patriotism, Dana White.
You have no idea the life that I have, a whole other life that you have no idea.
Anytime you want to share it on the radio.
No,
I'm all for content.
I'm like one of Sid and Sarah Weiss's cats. This is my 9th life, my 8th life.
All right, well, I need that 8th life to last for like the next 23 and a half years.
Speaking of patriotism, Dana White did a podcast with Tucker Carlson before, I think, one of the UFC fights. And he claims that if you are a patriot, that you should be drinking gallons of Bud Light. And this is his reasoning for that. Cut 1, guys, go.
Let me tell you what, if you consider yourself a patriot, right? You're a patriot, you should be drinking gallons of Bud Light. Believe me when I tell you.
Wait. I should be boycotting Bud Light.
Gallons of Bud Light. You should have Bud Light drums stacked up in your garage and drinking it right out of the keg. They are way more aligned with you than most of these other beer companies are. That I guarantee you. Take it from somebody who's in the know, who does business with beer companies. You are way more aligned with Bud Light than you are with any other beer company.
I mean, they didn't come into partnership with you by accident.
No.
Obviously.
We had multiple bidders on the table.
Did they seek you out?
We had multiple bidders on the table. They were one of them. And as history has shown me with relationships that I've had with other beer companies, I, who lean more this way, I, who consider myself a patriot, I don't go crazy over the whole patriot thing, but I consider myself a proud American. I'm happy to be an American. I love this country, and you are way more aligned with Anheuser-Busch than you are with other beer companies.
Yeah, see, I got to call out Dana White here. There's so much here to unpack. First of all, they're a business partner of you, and you have certainly had bidders, and they probably were the highest bidder. I don't think Dana White, out of his heart, based on ranking companies that come off as the most patriotic, I don't think he would take Bud Light if they were the 4th highest bidder to be a UFC sponsor over the 1st highest bidder. So that's number one. Number two, this is a common theme now here between Dana White and Joe Rogan. Remember, Joe Rogan on his podcast was cracking open Bud Lights and drinking Bud Lights with his guests. So you have an employee, so to speak, of UFC with the CEO of UFC in lockstep here, going counterculture to what many people on the right have done to Bud Light, which is the boycott. But don't question somebody's patriotic nature because they don't drink gallons of Bud Light. By the way, I drink gallons of vodka, Dana, so go pound sand, pal. All right,
Lord.
So that's another one.
Bud Light's probably healthier.
Probably is, but
than
vodka. You don't get the beer belly with vodka, so it's all about figure.
Yeah, you just destroy your liver.
That's right. One famous man that's going to be on with Tony Bruno 2 weeks from now said his liver is a high output vodka filtration system. That would be Harry Mays. He can give you that story though. But like seriously, now you're going to call out patriots, and I do think some of the patriot thing is a little overblown. Like I get it. If you love your country, that is awesome. You should. If you served, absolutely, you're a patriot. But some of these people that I see that put like patriot in their Twitter profile, like, dude,
it's not overblown. I like that.
That's right up there with the Ukraine flag and all this other nonsense.
91 LSXer says Kid Rock was drinking Bud Light after shooting them a month earlier. It's true.
Yeah, they're all frauds.
Yep,
they're all frauds.
I don't think they're frauds. I think that what they did, they made their point. And Kid Rock shooting the Bud Light, that was classic. That was awesome.
I loved it
when he did that.
Yeah, down in Nashville.
But they made their point, and I think what Dana White. I would like to know the details of why he's saying that. But remember when you played the marketing guru from Bud Light? He's a U.S. Marine who they hired. So I think his point maybe is they do hire a lot of veterans. They put their money where their mouth is. They've come out. They've apologized. They've pivoted. They've said, look, we had a lot of influencers that we paid, and this one stuck.
Yeah.
So,
All right, so let's ask the $1 million question right now.
Forgiveness.
We've talked about this story for 8 stinking months now. Are we all ready to, quote, bury the hatchet with Bud Light? I think we should put up a poll question.
For God's sake.
On YouTube.
All because they, put a trans person up there? Like, who cares?
I'm exhausted, and I'm asking the question because I actually...
It's the dumbest controversy ever.
It
really is.
I like Bud Light's beer. I really do. I used to drink Bud Light, and I'm exhausted by talking about the story. And if Bud Light here's the thing. Actually, we could do 2 poll questions. Has the Bud Light thing reached its expiration? Have they done enough for you to say, okay, we'll move on from it? But then secondly, when we talk about Bud Light and you look at UFC and Dana White and Joe Rogan, being a fraud versus being a capitalist. Because I think, Greg, you posed the question 2 weeks ago on this show. What would we say as a show if Bud Light came and said we want to sponsor something on Kayal and Company? Would we turn down the money? I mean, I could tell you from a sales standpoint, they're not turning down the money. There's just no way they would do that. Like if Bud Light says, hey, we're going to spend $100,000 a month on Kayal and Company. I'd be stunned if somebody would say no to that. And to be honest, I don't think I would. As a capitalist, if they want to spend on my show, that's great.
I remember we talked about, I said this like a month ago. I said if they were smart, instead of even going to the Dana Whites, come to your local.
Yeah, you said grassroots, right?
Like grassroots.
Yeah.
And say, hey, we're the redemption tour or whatever. Do that. I mean,
yep.
I think that would be brilliant of them. I just think it was, Greg, to your point, it was annoying.
Okay.
It was just annoying. And as a woman, I'm just annoyed by all this stuff. I was annoyed at the Dylan. It's nothing personal against Dylan. It was just enough.
Clearly
already.
it is. It is.
So it just struck a nerve, and it was like, really? Now I got to watch this.
To me, it's the
watch what? Watch. You don't have to watch anything.
No, it was just that they, and then to top it off, they not only had the influencer, who was in your face. Then they had, what was her name? Hagen Pfeffer or whatever the heck her name was.
That was the worst.
Alyssa Heinerschneid.
Yeah,
that was the worst
Heiner
part
Pfeffer.
of it.
Hagen Pfeffer.
That was the worst
Hagen
part
Pfeffer
of it.
Heifer.
Was her explanation of trying to get out of the
And that was
culture.
that was a double whammy when she comes out and goes, "Oh, we had to get rid of that Friday." Really? Because I think the Dilly Dilly or whatever was funny.
Yes.
And so it just I had enough.
And they just did another Peyton Manning commercial for them over the weekend. There's like a second one out now, and it's actually pretty good. And it's just like, you never had to do this, guys. Like if it's not broke, why would you try to fix it? Like, keep it simple, stupid. Believe it or not, like you're an American beer company. Here's what your base wants: beer, sports, and beautiful women.
I can't believe we're still talking about this.
By the way, I think Alyssa Heinerschneid is an Ivy League grad. I'm going to check that.
I'm sure she is.
Yes.
I'm sure she went to Harvard. And I'm sure there's no question in my mind that she is.
Because remember the college photos surfaced of her being a frat girl?
Yeah.
After she said that the beer brand got too fratty.
Yeah, remember that?
Yep, here it is. Bachelor of Arts from Harvard University.
Yeah,
boom.
I remember.
There it is.
I remember that from the
They should fire Claudine Gay and hire Alyssa Heinerschneid.
Ron DeSantis had a town hall last night on CNN in Des Moines, Iowa, with Jake Tapper.
Oh God!
Did anybody watch?
Dude, I didn't know it happened.
Neither did I.
This is the first I'm hearing of this.
In the middle of the night. So apparently there's this controversy going on locally in Iowa about a satanic temple. Have you guys been following this story? I haven't been. So that was like
the Christmas display.
Yeah, apparently it's a big local story there in Iowa. So that was the first thing that Jake Tapper brought up to him. And DeSantis brought in Trump to this for some reason. I'm not sure why. This is cut 9, guys, go.
Hall with Governor Ron DeSantis. We're here in beautiful Des Moines.
Look at that.
I want to talk to you about a topic.
Smile.
I don't know how much people out there outside of Iowa know about this, but it is dominating the local news here in Iowa.
Wrong video,
Republicans are divided over a new satanic temple holiday display in the state capitol building. Governor Kim Reynolds, who has endorsed you, she says it is, quote, absolutely objectionable, but, quote, in a free society, the best response to objectionable speech is more speech, unquote. Some Republicans are calling for it to come down. What do you think? Should that display be allowed in the Capitol?
So it's interesting. I heard this, and then I was like, well, how did it get there? Is that even a religion? And lo and behold, the Trump administration gave them approval to be under the IRS as a religion. So that gave them the legal ability to potentially do it. So I don't know what the legislature, how they analyzed it, but it very well may be because of that ruling under Donald Trump that they may have had a legal leg to stand on. My view would be that's not a religion that the founding fathers were trying to create. But I do think that IRS ruling, I was really surprised to see that they did that.
So just not correcting you, but just the context of that is the Satanic Temple applied for tax-exempt status, and the IRS did grant it in 2019. That doesn't necessarily mean the government supports it, but they did grant it.
No, yeah, exactly. But they recognized it as a religion because otherwise you wouldn't have been able to do it. I don't think that was the right decision. As a religion, that's wrong.
But you think...
Wow. I love Jake Tapper fact checking him to like give the benefit of the doubt to Trump.
Did
How about
he?
that?
Yeah. Did he have like a fact checker in his ear like Caitlin Collins did?
Well, it looked like he had something written down, so I don't know.
This reminds me of this, and I want to localize this. If you recall, we had this story, I think it was early in 2022. Remember up in the Saucon Valley School District, there was like this satanic after-school program?
It's been going on for a while.
Which is, again, and here we go again, trying to figure out, free speech, and what's the solution? Well, it's more speech, and this, that, and the other thing. Look, you want to knock yourself out. I don't want people, you're trying to ban this, and all the Republicans do is ban. Go ahead. You want to praise the devil? Go ahead. Knock yourself out. I couldn't care less.
But that's not what they're about. And it's funny because, so there's the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple.
Mm-hmm.
So the Satanic Temple, I think, is the one that was in the Saucon Valley, and they're across the nation. They're trying to grow.
Yeah.
They're the one, they are really pro-abortion. And they are very much fundraising and political.
Yeah.
And so I think that's part of why, because they're the ones that they don't believe in a supernatural Satan.
Mm-hmm.
They're they're actually, that's why I think they're questioned as a religion, because they're not really, they're basically anti-religion.
Do
you
they
know what I mean?
Do they have a tax exempt status as well?
Yeah. As a nonprofit.
This is bringing me back to the episode of Married with Children when no man became a church.
Here we go.
Pay no taxes. I'm going to start my own church. Tax exempt. Imagine if you didn't have to pay taxes. Good
So
life.
the question is, though, can a religious organization be a religious organization when they're
religious?
non-theist? What's the word? Non-theologian. In other words, non-theistic.
Okay.
They don't believe in God.
Okay.
And that, in essence, is a religion. So it's not agnostic. It's not atheist. So I think that's part of the question. But my whole thing with it is a lot of these nonprofits, and this one in particular, the Satanic Temple group, they're being targeted because they do reportedly, they've been accused of fundraising, and their real agenda is about abortion. And pushing a political agenda.
I also don't want to gloss over what Greg just said, too, about, like, Jake Tapper almost comes to the aid of Trump there. That's got to be a CNN first.
No, I think Jake, out of all of them, you know what I mean? I actually think Jake Tapper he's from Philadelphia, obviously, but I think out of all of them, he does try.
Yeah.
He tries.
In quotation marks. He tries.
All right, Nick, you ready to go off?
I've gone off for 2 hours and 8 minutes. I feel like I'm doing sports talk again. I don't know how much more outrage I have left in me.
Paul writes, Nick talks too much.
No way.
I swear to you.
Paul, you guys, this is a bit.
Just email me. I think that people are just, want to move on to this.
So Paul and Roger think I talk too much on the Kayal and Company talk show. Maybe I should just do a podcast once a week. I'll do a 1 hour podcast a week. I'll save all my thoughts for 3 to 4 p.m. on Wednesday afternoon. I'll put it out in the evening. I'll retweet it the next morning. You'll get your 60 minutes of Kayal, and that's all you need for the week. Maybe 20 hours is too much of me. My wife has said that many times. My mother once told me that. My parents, my sister.
Ron DeSantis really went after Trump last night. Not a lot against Nikki Haley, which is interesting to me. More on that later. But talking about the inflation that we see, he said that Trump printed trillions of dollars, set the foundation for the inflation that we see. This is cut 10 here, guys. Go.
So let's get straight to the voters if we can. Our first question comes from Tim Bianco from West Des Moines. He owns a manufacturing business, and he's on the board of directors for the Iowa Association of Business and Industry. He says he's a Republican and is currently undecided. Tim.
Welcome, Governor. And first of all, thank you for your service as a veteran. It's important to recognize your service as an American, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Why should my employees trust you to return us to the prosperity that they enjoyed under President Trump?
Well, Tim, thanks for the question. I hope your business is doing well. I know things are tough right now with a lot of things. I think you trust me for a couple reasons. One, if you look at what we've done in Florida, our economy is ranked #1 of all 50 states. We've boomed like we've never have, even in the face of all the inflation and the interest rates, which we have to obviously struggle with too. But our unemployment rate is 60% lower than states like California, which are peer states. I'd also say this. I think the first 3 years of the Trump administration, the economy is better than it has been. But that last year with COVID, I think was mishandled dramatically. Shutting down the country was a huge mistake. Printing trillions and trillions of dollars was a huge mistake. That set the foundation for the inflation that we see. Granted, Biden came in and poured gas on the fire. It was reckless that he did trillions. But if you look, you have trillions and trillions of dollars. Of course you're paying more for that. You're going to have inflation when that happens. So I'm going to come in. We're going to get the inflation down. We're going to open up energy so that you pay less for gas. And we're going to get the interest rates down so you can actually do things like afford a home. So I think your hardworking employees are going to have a friend in the White House. And I think we're going to be able to turn this country around.
So 3 words, well, 4. Drill, 3 words. Drill, baby, drill. That's number 1. Later today, and Dawn has mentioned it in the news, the Fed, hopefully everything stays flatlined, or perhaps maybe in the near future things will go down. So, yes, people can actually afford perhaps to buy a home. But he's right. The Florida economy has been thriving. But here's the other thing, too. This whole, printing money and giving out stimulus checks and these COVID checks. And what was the dollar amount that we were given during the pandemic? Was it an extra $600? I forget what the actual exact figure was. But this creates this false sense of, hey, I now have some money to go spend on this or buy that. And then all of a sudden the bill comes due. And now you're talking, and now we're seeing that, when the bill comes, oh, damn, there's no money to pay for it. This is why we need somebody that is fiscally more conservative. And yes, Trump spent, but DeSantis is right. Biden has poured gasoline on this. This is a lot of this is the result of Joe spending recklessly.
What is his, because the new polls that came out, and you may have them in front of you, Nick, but the new polls that came out in Iowa, like, DeSantis is in, like, 3rd place, I think.
So think about that for a second.
He's getting destroyed in Iowa.
He's got the endorsement of Kim Reynolds.
Yes.
He's losing that state. He is the governor of Florida. He's losing that state. Like, dude, it's your state. And you just got the backing, and they made it out to be a big deal. And we said Iowa was not a big deal. And it apparently hasn't registered because he's still polling 3rd.
I just don't know what his game plan, what his exit strategy is going to be. Like we've said on this show for months that we think that he's out after Iowa. I mean, what is he banking on now? I thought he was banking on Iowa. I thought he was banking on the fact that he would win Iowa and kind of go on and, lose here, lose there, but have the momentum going into,
I mean, is he banking on Trump going to jail?
I mean, maybe that's it, with the Supreme Court considering now taking up Jack Smith's issue of expediting the Trump lawyer's immunity claim.
Yep.
Because Jack Smith wants to take him to trial right before Super Tuesday.
I think we've kind of had this question for all of them. Why is Christie hanging around? Why is DeSantis? Why is Haley? Why is Vivek? And I know we can get into all the legal stuff. Well, Trump technically, can he run for president from jail, so forth and so on, unless that they believe that it will be their party almost by default, by basically the top guy being taken out, so to speak. That's the only thing I can gather, because the poll numbers say they should all close up shop and they should all get behind Trump and endorse and support Donald Trump for the nomination.
I was the last one from the town hall last night. I was waiting for this question, and Jake Tapper waited until the second part of it. It was apparently 2 hours. Oof.
By the way, was this town, because Jake Tapper's on at what, 3 or 4 o'clock?
I don't know.
Was this like a primetime thing?
Yeah, it was. I think it started at 8 o'clock last night.
Oh, my God.
By the way, the latest poll out this morning is Trafalgar Group. Trump 45, Haley 18. This is New Hampshire.
Okay.
Trump 45, Haley 18, Christie 14, DeSantis 11, Ramaswamy 10.
Haley 18% in New Hampshire. Does that factor in the endorsement of Chris Sununu, or is that not including his endorsement?
Well, this is dated today.
I know, I'm just being facetious.
Sununu
came out and said, I support Nikki Haley, as if Chris Sununu's endorsement means a stinking thing.
Well, I mean, he's a popular governor, but, I mean, does any of it matter? Trump is ahead 27 points in New Hampshire, and then the one yesterday, and I'm not looking at the national, you asked about Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
So the latest Iowa one has Trump ahead 32 points.
Yeah.
I mean, does it matter?
They either, what they need to do is they either need to all drop out,
Yeah.
or they need to just coalesce around one candidate and just put all your backing behind that, because this way ain't working.
Right.
I said earlier I was waiting for this question from Jake Tapper. He asked her about the Texas woman, Kate Cox, who wanted to get an abortion because her baby was not going to survive the term, and they, not to get into it, Dawn can explain this better, but it's the circuit court judge said she could have the abortion, then the AG said no, and then the Supreme Court said no, so she left the state. Jake Tapper asked him about that. He needs these guys. I'm telling you guys, this is a huge deal. This is a huge issue. Women around the country are pissed. So, this needs to be, they need to have a better answer than this. This is what, by the way, Ted Cruz was asked about this from a reporter yesterday, and he just kept saying, call my press office. Call my press office. They need an answer to this, and none of them have it. This is Ron DeSantis' answer on this. Where are we here? Cut 8, guys, go.
I want to ask you about a big story dealing with abortion that's in the news. Yesterday, the Texas Supreme Court ruled that a pregnant woman in Texas could not obtain an abortion after her fetus was diagnosed with a genetic disorder called trisomy 18. It's almost always a fatal condition. Now, her lawyer said that carrying the fetus to term could compromise her future fertility and also put her life in danger. Do you think the law should require a woman in that kind of difficult position to carry the baby to term?
We got to approach these issues with compassion, because these are very difficult issues, and nobody would wish this to happen on anybody. If you're in that situation as a mother, that's an incredibly difficult thing to have to deal with. What I can tell you is in Florida, the Florida legislature passed a heartbeat bill that contained exceptions for things like rape, incest, life of the mother, fatal fetal defect, and victim of human trafficking. And so I signed that bill. Those are very difficult cases, and they made a prudential judgment that having those exceptions were things that made sense. So I have signed legislation that included that, and I understand they're very difficult. And these things get a lot of press attention, I understand, but that's a very small percentage that those exceptions cover. There's a lot of other situations where we have an opportunity to realize really good human potential, and we've worked to protect as many lives as we could in Florida.
Staying on the topic of health care.
Dawn, as the only voice on this show who is capable of giving birth, and I'll repeat that again.
Excuse me, Nick. Excuse
me.
me.
The only voice on this show capable of giving birth. I will give you first crack at DeSantis' answer to that specific case.
Well, I think it was a good answer as far as a good start. Okay, but the real problem here is that in Texas we're learning about these exceptions. And so this woman who she and her husband, they have 2 kids already, Kate. So we know her first name, right? It's personal. And she and her husband were so excited that she was pregnant, that they were telling their kids, we're having a baby. And then they had this horrifying news. And then they realized, it's going to be a difficult pregnancy, that she probably, even if the baby can be born, that the baby's going to die. And it's just, the whole thing is devastating. And you just feel for these people who were excited to have their baby. These are people who didn't want to end up like this. They've had to go to court and tell all this stuff. Then the court came back and said, well, unless the doctor says that Kate, her life is in danger, so that a judge, is this woman standing there devastated by learning this news of her unborn baby. A judge is telling the doctors note that they need. The whole thing, this is a disaster for Republicans. And I'm telling you, Kate's case could very well decide the president of the United States of America. So GOP Republicans, listen up, get it together. Because after Republicans and conservatives have gone across the country, have said, my body, my choice, when it came to COVID, okay, and I'm a pro-life person, right? And I'm a freedom and liberty person over here, right? But I would say to you, aren't we all pro-life? We're Americans.
We support life. We support liberty. That needs to be the message. But you cannot make somebody go to court and explain to a judge their deepest, most emotional, medical issues. This is horrible for the GOP and the Republicans, and it's just speaking out both sides of your mouth to say, on one hand, the government should never have made these strict mandates about COVID, and on the other hand, do this to Kate. It's so personal. I'm telling you, trust me, this whole thing is a disaster. And so for Ron DeSantis to say, and well, as far as these exceptions, blah, 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 blah,
mustard.
You lost me at exceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
So here's my question, thinking out loud. And I hope I position this and frame this the right way.
Uh-oh.
So how does, if abortion is the big bad boogeyman for future elections for the GOP, right? We've clearly discussed that post Roe v. Wade, they're batting. We Republicans are like Harvard on the free speech rating, 0.00. That's the success rate. So how do they separate and differentiate and position it from a messaging standpoint? The difference, because I feel like when we talk about abortion, we talk about two kinds of abortions here. We're talking about these rare, extreme, gut-wrenching, heartwarming stories of a mom, so forth and so on, and all the details of this case. Versus, and this is, again, if you're of the belief of pro-life, versus no, I don't think you should be able to have an abortion simply because you made a mistake, you can't afford to raise the baby, so like all of the other stuff out there. How do you separate those two? Because I feel like those are two different messages, but yet it's just one big topic, and it's a losing topic for Republicans. How do you separate that?
The way you separate it is you say, America, you've been played. Politicians in the swamp, career politicians who seem to be able to get rich when they're a quote-unquote public servant have played Americans for decades, for generations, because they fundraise off of this issue. Whether they're conservatives, whether they're liberal, whether they're D's or R's, they raise a ton of money on this very issue. So let's stop. These individuals, the swamp creatures, the career politicians, you know what they've done? They've pimped you. This is what has happened. The real issue is that this is solvable. It's absolutely solvable because you know what? If you have unprotected relations, whether this is forcible, whether it's a horrifying situation, whether you and your husband last night had relations that were unprotected, the next day you can go to the wherever, CVS, Walgreens, wherever it is, and for $1, you take a pill and it makes you get your period. Boom. You're done. You're one and done. That's it. And you, as Republicans, the GOP, you need to own this issue and say, they talk about reproductive rights. You don't have reproductive rights. You pay, as far as you have to go to a doctor to get the pill. The birth control pill is medication. That's what it is. It's medication that mitigates that thing that you get every 21 days that impacts everything you do, right? Let's view it as medication that is necessary, and let's make it either free or a buck. No prescription necessary. Let's also fund the technology, for example. So in other words, there are things that you can insert a little chip or a little piece of plastic in your arm, and it says, you know what? You don't have to get your period for a year or 2 years. So let's say you're going into the military, or let's say you're an athlete, whatever. Then let's just take that away. My goodness, think about the fact that you don't have to have the cramps, all the impact of everything, and so there's also, along with that medication, guess what? You're not going to get pregnant. There's no risk of that. So let's have the conversation about this. Birth control is not about having relations. Birth control is medication. If Republicans can turn that around and view it as such and own the issue of reproductive rights, then you essentially obliterate the profitability of the abortion procedure, which we know more than 50+% of these are actually a pill that comes in the mail.
All right.
Boom.
Coming up next,
Done.
we go down. Speaking of Ron DeSantis, we go down to the state of
mustard,
as we will join by our buddy Tony Bruno for his weekly appearance, and we'll hit on all things politics, all things Eagles, all things social, and we're going to get because Tony is a huge fan of LeBron James. He's a big LeBron supporter. Yeah. I say that tongue-in-cheek.
Oh, boy.
We'll get Tony's thoughts on LeBron and the anthem, and we'll do that on the other side. Kayal and Company, back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPH.
This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. I said this earlier. Look, the Eagles are minus 196 on the money line. That means if you wager $5, you only get like $250 back. But you'll get $150 in bonus bets back to bet on whatever you want to when the Eagles win. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. You can bet on everything from spreads to player props, over-under, so much more. All you have to do is use my promo code. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. And sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online run money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issues and eligible bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Why don't you call 1-800-GAMBLER?
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 5,000 consumers not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long-term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody. QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus, plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, the show in Morning Drive that talks too much. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, always something to say. It could be about Biden. It could be about Trump. It could be about the border. It could be about Bud Light. It could be about the Philadelphia Eagles. You never know. Holiday parties. We cover it all. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. And you can also tweet us at 1210 WPHT. You can also tweet our next guest at Tony Bruno Nation, although I've been told he might not have the ability to check your tweet or reply as he joins us from the great state of Florida, where we are now living in a world where on Twitter, Donald Trump has had his privileges restored, even though he doesn't use them. Alex Jones is back on Twitter, but something has gone terribly, terribly wrong in the last 4 or 5 days with the great Tony Bruno. Good morning, sir, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you all for joining us from the great state of Florida, where Ron DeSantis is still trailing down here. But nobody seems to care because they said he shouldn't have run for president after he just won a landslide re-election last November. But, that's what happens. I think he made the wrong move at the wrong time. And the good thing about Iowa, guys, is that in another couple of weeks, no one, even Tom Arnold, will be talking about Iowa anymore. The Iowa Hawkeyes won't be talked about anymore after they play a meaningless bowl game that Nick Kayal will be watching during the Christmas week.
And gambling on.
Yes. And gambling on. And so Iowa's important. And if it weren't for Iowa, our bacon, we would just think of all the bacon we get from Iowa. So Iowa serves a big purpose here. But once Iowa's over, we can move on. We can go to New Hampshire.
We can go back.
We can move on to New Hampshire.
Forgetting about Iowa.
And then we're going to go all the way to the White House.
All right, so what the hell with politics for a moment. America wants to know, this listening audience wants to know, what happened on Twitter that has resulted in you being, I guess, locked out, so to speak?
Well, I got a 7-day suspension again. So, I was on Twitter, X, and I started a new account, and I got over 5,000 followers now, but I actually made $35 last month. Apparently, I've had enough views on my measly $5,000 new account that I had 5 million followers over the last 5 million interactions over the last couple of months. So now all of a sudden, even though I don't have a gazillion followers, people are listening. And they're following me, probably because of 1210 WPHT and the new Tony Bruno Sports Network. But that's a different issue for a different show.
Yeah.
Maybe Dawn will address that coming up after 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. But so I tweet, and I rip everybody on Twitter, but it's mostly tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
So one of the accounts, I look at, I rip Mitch McConnell. It doesn't matter whether Democrats or Republicans, but when I see Karine Jean-Pierre, better known as @press secretary, and I see her writing something listen, we know that Joe Biden doesn't write his own tweets. Apparently Trump does, because now that Jack, what's his name guy, he's got the phone logs from the White House on Trump's private phone.
Jack Smith.
But they can't find out who the cocaine came from in the White House, or why Zelenskyy is flying over to get another $200 million of our tax dollars.
Yep.
So one of the things she posted, and it was actually, it was an out and out lie. So then I wrote, @press secretary, @POTUS, @community notes, please slap this bish down. In other words, do your thing, community notes, because she's lying. She's the press secretary. And so apparently there's an algorithm, because it happened instantly. As soon as I tweeted, community notes, please slap this bish down. That apparently is violent speech. Now, if I said that in front of Harvard or Penn, it would not be a problem. It would be in the context.
Yeah,
the context was you're asking community notes, which is supposed to be the organization now at Twitter that monitors violent speech and hate speech. So that now violated Twitter's rules against violent speech. You may not threaten, incite, glorify, or express a desire for harm or violence. And then Miss Robin went to the dictionaries and found out that the word bish slap, I didn't even say bitch slap. I said, please slap this bish down.
Bish.
And bish,
Rhymes with
B-I-S-H.
bish.
Yeah, B-I-S-H.
Exactly.
Yep.
Biatch.
So there are obvious words that you can't use on Twitter. I don't know whether slap is. So slap is now violent. It's a figure of speech. There's nothing violent about. It's like saying, we want intifada now. I'm just basically, I'm asking community notes to go in and do their job. As soon as I tweeted that, I got immediately. So there's an algorithm that words, I guess, bish, B-I-S-H, is not allowed, or slap. You can't talk. So slap chop. If what's his name, Vince Shlomo again came back and said, you got to slap your troubles away with the slap chop. Remember the guy?
Yes.
It's slap chop guy?
Yep.
You're going to love my nuts. Remember that guy selling all this stuff on I mean, that guy was a genius.
Yeah.
So now I got a 7-day suspension. So I'm down a couple more days. By the weekend, I should be fully restored to my free speech rights.
Good. Because we're gonna need you to be fully restored because during the week of Christmas, we've got a bunch of people that are going to be coming in on Kayal and Company.
Yes.
Sean Farash, our great Trump impressionist, will be on, I believe, the 29th of December, and you're going to need to start promoting the fact that you and your old partner are going to be on.
Exactly. And I want to, I love Sean Farash. I need him to do some liners for me because he used to follow me, and then of course when I lost my original account, I reached out to him, but he doesn't see me. So now we can make amends. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I need him to do a liner for me. That's what I need. I need Sean Farash to do a Trump talking about the Tony Bruno Sports Network, the likes of which we've never seen before.
Yes.
I mean, to me, of all the Trump lines, ending something with the likes of which we've never seen before could be the best Trump line of all time. I mean,
No question.
I don't care whether you hate Trump or not. But whenever he ends something, is the likes of which we've never seen before.
Tony Bruno joining us as he does each and every Wednesday. Go ahead, Tony.
No. Let's just say December 27th.
Okay.
Yes.
Is the is Tony Bruno and Harry Mays will be on for Kayal and Company. Miss Robin will be there. It's gonna be a whole thing. It's gonna be great.
Do I have to stick to sports though? I want to know. Do I have to stick to sports?
Get it back to the Eagles.
No,
Tony.
you have to stick to politics.
Oh, I'll get it back. By then, the Eagles will be getting it back to worrying about Tommy DeVito and the New York Giants.
Yes.
Everybody is thinking, the Eagles, Well, they got smacked back-to-back weeks.
Yep.
And now they're favored in Seattle.
Yeah, how is that possible?
I don't know, because I said last week, how are the Dallas Cowboys only 3-point favorites over the Philadelphia Eagles after what the Niners did to them?
Yep.
And the fact that the Eagles haven't beaten the Cowboys since Chris Christie was only weighing 200 pounds and glomming into the box. Yeah, Chris Christie, he's up there. I had Babe Laufenberg, the part of the Cowboys broadcast team, and I asked him last week before the Eagles game, please do not allow Chris Christie in Jerry's box for the Eagles game because he's got no shot of winning it. And, the fact that people in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, will vote for this guy, even though he's a Cowboy fan, because that's number one. If you're from Jersey and you're the governor of New Jersey, how do you expect to win the presidency when people in Pennsylvania and New Jersey who are Eagle fans do not want to see Chris Christie's butt in Jerry's box in Dallas? So if you were wondering why Chris Christie wasn't there, I had a lot to do with it because the guy I was talking to is the one who determines who gets in. He was going to let me in. I was going to fly to Dallas and sit in Jerry's box. But then I changed my mind and figured, I got to worry about the network and, and all the other important things and getting ready for and getting ready for December 27th, the date that will live in infamy.
Yes, it will. Looking forward to that. Damn right. Tony Bruno live from Florida with us. So two of the big stories that we've been talking about, and we'll get to some of these other stuff, some of these other stories with the CDC, Bill Clinton ripping Hillary Clinton. I want to get your thoughts on all of that. But the big thing that we started this morning with was the latest from Harvard, where Claudine Gay, the president, will get to keep her job. Harvard claims that she never did any plagiarizing, and now there's claims from the New York Post that Harvard tried to strong-arm the New York Post from putting this type of stuff out there. So at Penn, McGill is out, but at Harvard, Claudine Gay gets to stay. Your thoughts on this hypocrisy running wild with the Ivy Leagues?
It's obvious they don't want to get rid of her. Listen, I don't care whether they fire her or not. I think the fact that she's staying is better. Because now every time people see her, nobody knew. Did you know who the president of Harvard was before last week?
Nope.
Saturday Night Live obviously didn't know either because they got crucified. And I got to give a shout out. Who was the woman that was there before, was doing all the commercials? She left, and then she came back.
Cecily Strong.
Cecily Strong. She apparently was supposed to do that cold open on Saturday Night Live, where they basically were ripping Elise Stefanik, who was holding these school presidents accountable for reading the same scripts. They were all tied to one brain. It was like the machine with one brain, and they were all sharing the same brain, just like the students at all these schools do. They share one brain. Whatever that they're told to do, they do it. They're robots. And the fact that she stays is, I think, even better, because now she is a constant reminder of why Harvard is an absolute joke. Harvard's one of the worst schools in America, and the University of Pennsylvania, as far as free speech. So anytime they talk about free speech, and I love the fact that the 500 administrators have said, we can't do this. We can't have the anti-free speech people trying to tell us to get rid of our president. You're anti-free speech. When you look up Harvard now, even Dave Portnoy, the stool presidente, says he won't hire any Harvard people to work at his. I'm not hiring any Harvard people either at the Tony Bruno Sports Network, but I will have them drink Bud Light if they want to, because I don't give a crap what anybody drinks.
Amen.
All right?
Amen.
I saw your
Bruno.
conversation earlier today about the whole thing about, listen, I didn't drink Bud Light before it wasn't cool to drink Bud Light. All right, not because I was a political statement. I just got a headache when I drank the Bud, because whatever Anheuser-Busch used in its products, wasn't my favorite beer. But I didn't tell people not to drink it.
Too many hops?
Corn
Too
or
much
whatever
hops?
they use.
Yeah.
No, whatever they use. One company uses corn, another one uses wheat.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember I just wanted it to be Beechwood aged, because everything is Beechwood aged
Remember
right
that?
now. Even my wine. Now all of a sudden wine, because I'm a red wine guy, as you know. Even the red wines now, they're putting them into rum barrels, and to get that aging. Because
I've noticed that. I've noticed that.
You'll see it. It'll say barrel aged. Nobody did that with wine before. Now everything's got to be aged in a barrel. I've aged the old-fashioned way, just by living 71 years. That's how I've aged. I don't need to be in a barrel. I've been put over a barrel. And by the way, speaking of LeBron James, I heard the conversation today, and I'm glad you played the tape, because I didn't see the part where LeBron stands up.
Yeah.
So you want me to I want to weigh in on this.
Yeah.
Because
Do you want to play? Can we play the video again for the audience?
We can play the video, but Tony's not going to be able to hear it.
Okay.
We're still having those issues.
So I saw the extended clip, because I saw the other video that everybody saw where he's walking in with his daughter.
Yep.
And they're doing the national anthem. And so I have an explanation. And you know me, I'm known to LeBron James is one of the greatest players of all time. I'm never taking that away from him.
So here's the thing, Bruno. You got to be the tiebreaker here, because Dawn likes LeBron but hated that moment. I hate LeBron, and I thought that was a nothing burger moment. You be the tiebreaker, sir.
Okay, and again, you know me. In fact, LeBron James cost me my career, my last actual real job before I started my own network. So I have because of Deadspin, by the way, which apparently is off the hook now, because that strapper guy that wrote the story about the kid with the Redskin face on, he's now apologized.
If you're watching
that guy
video
doesn't
right
lose his job.
Yeah.
The president of Harvard doesn't lose her job, but I lost my job because of strappers and that strapper's a good word, and I think we need to bring that back into the everyday parlance.
Yes.
I mean, even Dawn, I think she should open her show today by getting a strapper reference in there.
Yes.
Strapper is one of those non-offensive terms that everybody will understand when you refer to someone.
Yeah.
So Deadspin, they're strappers. LeBron's a strapper. But here's my take on it. After seeing the video that you guys played,
it's playing right
after
now.
LeBron comes in with his daughter and his kids, and then all the USC players at Galen Hall, and I've been there, the USC campus, he comes in, and so here's my explanation. Because he does apparently stand up. I don't know why they stopped the camera at that point, but there's a lot of people in the way. So while I hear what Dawn is saying, I think LeBron James did stand up, because think of yourself. Remember, LeBron James isn't just some guy in the front row showing up late and saying, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. There was nobody in front of him because he had front row seats for himself and
the
his
whole
family.
row was empty.
Yeah, because they saved those seats for LeBron James.
Right.
And since he's such a big name, they didn't want him coming in once the game started or too soon before the game started. So he happened to be coming in. I'm trying to make this logical. This isn't a conspiracy theory, because the one thing about conspiracy theories, we can all agree, everyone who is called a conspiracy theorist happens to be right most of the time. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Conspiracy theorists have been more right than the people who supposedly are fact-based and telling you that you're a conspiracy theorist, when they, in fact, are the conspiracy theorists. But that's another issue. Yeah. So LeBron comes in. He's got his young daughter. Now, look at it. He's got a young daughter there. He's carrying a backpack or something. He's got a couple of other kids and friends following him in, and happens to be during the national anthem. But it looks like he does stand up once he gets his kids all situated. So I don't know if he put his arm over his hand over his chest or not. And it's easy to pick on LeBron. And I've done it. I joked about him reading books in the thing, and it cost me my job. But I didn't say he was a functional illiterate. I was joking about it. But you can't joke about LeBron James, because if you do, then people will come after you and say, see, you're a racist. It has nothing to do with race. I'm defending LeBron James in this situation. because he's not just a regular guy who shows up at the national anthem and then comes in and disrupts the whole place. If he had come in earlier, everybody would have been down there trying to get close to him and get an autograph, right? That's how it works.
Yeah.
You see it everywhere. At football games, people are down by the railings. They want Jalen Hurts and people to come over. And, you know, obviously way before the game, some of the guys come over. But he's there to see his son, who had a heart condition and was playing his first game at USC. Right. So he's there with his family. He's got a little girl, gets them seated, and then stands up. It appears he stands up at that point. So the question was, well, I've seen a lot of people on the YouTube stream saying, well, why didn't they let him wait till after the and then walk in? Because then he would have been ripped for walking in after the national anthem. You can't let him stand there. Like, you know, you've gone to sporting events, and when the national anthem's on, everybody stops. You're not going to walk down the ramp if you're a patriot. You know, if you're a military person, you're going to stop when the national anthem. I stop when the national anthem's playing. You know, I put that vodka cran down and at least stand up and honor the flag and the United States of America, the greatest nation on earth. And so he's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I don't think LeBron James was disrespecting the anthem. I think it was a situation where what's the best time for him to go in there, sit down with his family to watch his son play after he had a major heart situation. So I'm going to give LeBron James the benefit of the doubt. I don't think, is he anti-American? I don't know, but he's certainly, you know, he and Gavin Newsom and the White House, they all bend the knee to President Xi. Yeah. And LeBron James, you know, makes billions of dollars, you know, having Muslim slaves make his shoes over in China. Yep. That's what we should criticize him for, because he's a hypocrite when it comes to that. He'll denounce the United States, but he won't criticize China. Exactly. And so that's the hypocrisy that I care about. But as far as what he does with his family, he's a good family guy. He went to see his son, who could have died earlier this year. So I think he did stand up. I don't know if he put his hand on his heart, but I don't think LeBron James is that disrespectful when it comes to understanding the etiquette of how to conduct yourself at a sporting event. You know, he's playing in the sporting events most of the time. You rarely see him come in unless it's NBA All-Star Weekend, and then everybody's there and they're all disrespecting anything and looking for Instagram models and everything else. Exactly. Looking for a Kardashian to hook up with. You know, those are the kinds of things. Yep. That's when you say all rules are off when it's an NBA All-Star Weekend, because these guys are all there without their wives or girlfriends or both. You know, they got to go out and get loose. Yep. And that's why God invented Instagram models, because without Instagram models, a lot of these poor women would be out there trying to work in a bar and get discovered in California and be in the next big Jersey Shore remake with the great Tommy DeVito. Tommy Cutlets to you and me, by the way. Tommy Cutlets.
Greg Stalker loves himself some Tommy Cutlets.
I just like the name.
Well, who doesn't love it? Come on, man. As an Italian-American. Now, Greg, you're not even Italian.
I'm not, no.
How could you not love Tommy Cutlets?
I love Tommy. I love his agent more, too.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
I think his agent actually doubles as Zelensky's bagman. Which, speaking of etiquette, Bruno, I got to get your thoughts on this. I think if you're going to ask for $200 million, you have to come dressed in a suit, not looking like you raided an Army-Navy store. But Zelensky...
Even John Fetterman dresses better than Zelensky now.
I've never seen anything like it.
He always has fatigues on, and he's never in the war. He's always in his castle. Yeah. You know, does the guy even seen the war? And then you notice you don't see. We have live footage from Gaza. We have people standing in Gaza with bombs exploding. Yeah. But you never see live. I've seen more live footage from Vietnam in the 60s.
It's true. He's right.
Yeah, you got more. You got more tape. Actual, not video, film of what happened in Vietnam. Nobody knows what's happening in Ukraine. Yeah. But this guy comes over the week before Christmas. Did he have the big sack at least? He should have come over with a big sack and his wife behind him, who probably went out to buy another yacht or some more diamonds and stuff while she was in town in D.C. It's ridiculous.
It is. And then I'm so exhausted by the whole thing of, well, if you don't stand in unity with Ukraine and be in support in lockstep 100% of the way for this never-ending war, you're somehow labeled pro-Russia, you're a Putin apologist. And no, it's just I'm America first, and I'm sitting here and I'm saying, how much more do they need? There's no solution to this, Tony, because when the money dries up, Russia's going to steamroll Ukraine in 90 minutes.
Exactly. And that's the thing. We don't hate Ukraine. We don't hate the Ukrainian people. But then for all these people to suggest, that because the Republicans wanted to tie it in. Meanwhile, these are the same people who add on all stuff whenever they have a bill that they want railroaded right through. But when people stand up and say, what about our border? They're the extremists. Oh, how dare the Republicans want the border be attached to any increased funding for Ukraine? And then Biden's criticizing the people who want the border taken care of when it's been proven that he and Mayorkas, especially Mayorkas, the fact that that guy isn't behind bars or hasn't been impeached shows you that the rules are not the same for everyone. The guy keeps saying that the border is not on, and then you see all those Home Depot's thefts out there in California and Arizona, they're using saws to cut through the wall. And then they're blaming Trump for the wall being cut in Arizona where people are coming through. Now they're out there with welding things to put that one scene that you see in I don't know if that's Texas or Arizona where people are just coming through. They use the Sawzall and they cut through the metal wall, and every day it's just a wide open border. It's easier to get into it's harder to get into a Bruce Springsteen concert than it is to get into the country. It's harder to go see Taylor Swift, even at the movie theater with her Eras tour on video in a movie than it is to get into the country.
Yep.
It's basically you can walk right in.
Yep.
It's like me at Studio 54 back in the day. Other people had to wait in line, but they say, hey, miss that guy, come on in. And then I get the quick pat down, like the guy, that European video you see where the guy's like basically giving you like a quick pat down and lets you right in. That's how it used to work. But that's, enough about me. Let's get it back to the Eagles.
I got to get your thoughts on this final one. Tony Bruno with us live from Florida, as he is each and every Wednesday here on 1210. So earlier this week, Monday, I did the big take on Joe Biden resorting. No, this was actually Tuesday. This was yesterday. Joe Biden and the Biden administration are now resorting to using Hillary Clinton coming up in 2024 and getting a boost out of whatever it is that Hillary provides and whoever she reaches. And apparently she's obviously still big with many females in the Democratic Party.
So is Bill. So is her husband. He's still big with females.
Exactly.
And the guy's like, he's getting older like all of us.
Yeah.
He's aging.
Well,
and he's not aging gracefully.
No.
At least he's still more lucid than Joe Biden, at least. Maybe Bill should run again. Can he come back and they change the Constitution? Can they have this Jack Smith guy go to the Supreme Court so that we can get Bill Clinton back with the saxophone and he can go back on the late night comedy shows and play the sax and then get back into office? Give him one last chance with the interns, because the White House interns, as you guys know, are very upset with what's going on there. But I guarantee you, if Bill Clinton came back, I think the interns would all be happy once again.
Well, yes. I think Bill's one last chance with Hillary might go by the wayside. In a new book, he had a few choice words to say about his wife's disastrous campaign in 2016. And he said, and I'm quoting from this book, the 2016 campaign was as being able to sell poop on a troop train. I don't know what exactly that means. Poop on a troop train.
No. I think it was the P word.
The other P word that rhymes with
the
Ussy.
female anatomy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It rhymes with ussy.
Okay, so he couldn't sell the female anatomy part on a train full of troops that probably haven't been around females for an extended period of time.
Yes.
Those are some fighting words,
Not
Tony.
the Chooch train, which of course was the great Carlos Ruiz
Ruiz.
when he was with the Phillies when they won the World Series. Let's
Circa
everybody get aboard the
2008.
Chooch train.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
great Chooch train knowledge right there. Chooch. I'm sorry, I had to go back to that and relive that moment, because we don't know when there's going to be another sports moment like that.
Yeah, I
in
don't know
the city
about
of Philadelphia.
I don't know about Christmas dinner at the Clintons this year. I mean, he basically just crushed his wife's campaign as being completely inept. And
Well,
Joe's
if she had only gone to
resorting
Wisconsin
her.
and taken, you take things for granted, and what happens? But of course, we do know that it was those YouTube ads and Facebook ads that the Russians were putting out there, and we all got convinced that by a couple of Facebook ads that Hillary Clinton didn't go to Wisconsin or other states. But that was the reason. Remember, it was Russia. Russia.
Yep.
Anytime something goes wrong, blame the Russians. And now we blame them. Now we're, if we don't give more money to Zelensky, Russia's going to win and conquer the entire world.
Yep.
That's what we're supposed to believe now. Anybody who has an IQ above 7 single digits understands what's going on out there. This is called politics. This is called stupidity. And that's why I try to stay away and get myself banned from Twitter as many times as possible. I can still read everything. I'm still in read mode only.
Nice.
So I can read all the tweets. but I can't respond. I can't like.
Yeah.
And guess what? Since I've been suspended in my 7-day timeout, which has 3 days to go,
Yep.
I've added more followers, not even being on Twitter.
Yeah, I've
How
noticed
about
that. I've noticed
How about that?
Yeah, it's amazing.
How does that happen?
You gain a lot of followers when you're not active on Twitter. I have noticed that as well. That is a thing.
But when you are active, you lose followers.
Right. And then Greg Stocker
So
gets
explain
mad.
that. I need to get the Bud Light woman who destroyed the company for a year to explain how to fix that problem, because she did such a great job. And she's the one to blame, by the way, for Bud Light, not the company. Companies hire these marketing companies. Bud Light hired this woke chick. She helped destroy it. And then she put Dylan Mulvaney, who, by the way, did you see it? She got paid $40,000 to go up to Penn State to speak to the students.
Yep.
And did you see that video? Yeah. There were like 20 people there.
Yep.
They paid her $40,000 to go up and talk to a bunch of 18-year-old boys and girls.
Yep.
And when they turned around to pan the audience, there were literally, it looked like a Ron DeSantis pep rally in Iowa. I mean, there was nobody there.
Mustard.
They should have had. And listen, I love Ron DeSantis. He's my governor.
Yep.
That's my governor.
Well, we
But he
actually,
made a mistake.
yeah, we actually have tape and reaction. Dylan Mulvaney, when asked about only garnering 17 people at Penn State, here's was his thoughts.
I have a full mustache and beard.
He was very upset about it.
Well, I mean, that's what happens. That's what happens when you help Bud Light lose billions of dollars in market share.
Yep.
But again, drink what you want, eat what you want. That's the way I look at
America.
it. I don't know. I'm not going to go out and buy Bud Light now because Kid Rock is drinking Bud Light, and Dana White, who's a good friend. I don't care what you drink. I don't care what beer you drink, what wine you drink. This is America.
Amen.
This isn't Harvard University.
Right.
This isn't Hamas University. I still believe in free speech. I believe everybody should be treated the same. But we know now, with the case of Harvard and the case of Deadspin, everybody is not equal in this country anymore.
That's right.
Some people are more equaler. They're more equaler.
If you're just joining
Follow
us,
me.
you're listening to The Big Strapper.
Listen to that. Listen to that voice.
Can we get that in a promo?
Yeah, baby. Man.
You want to pound it and then do like a dry rub.
Cars just drove off 76.
Yeah.
Tony Bruno, the Big Strapper.
There you go.
The
You're
Big
listening to
Strapper,
Talk
ladies and
Radio
gentlemen.
1210, the Big Strapper. Because apparently our audience doesn't like talkers anymore.
No.
Paul hates it. Roger hates it.
Everybody hates us talking.
Yes. We're going to go into
You can't talk on a song.
Tony, we're
That's
going to go
why
into
I play songs on my show.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you got to mix in a Christmas tune right in the middle of the show.
Are you going to do that on the
Just to throw
27th? When you and Harry Mays
Absolutely,
fill
yeah,
in
it
for Kayal and
depends. I mean,
Company?
if the phones aren't ringing, I'm going to have to play a tune.
Yeah.
That's the good thing. Now I can play music on my show because I have a license. Now you guys have a license, right?
We have
Odyssey
licenses,
has music
yes.
stations.
We do.
So every once in a while, if things go slow,
Oh, boy.
just stick in a little tune. You know,
Oh,
maybe
boy.
a 2-minute, like maybe one of my favorite Christmas songs, Mamacita, Donde Está Santa Claus? One of the all-time
Aw.
greats, legendary song. You got to mix that in every once in a while.
Exactly right. And when you do that show, I'll be in read mode only, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
All right, there he is, Tony Bruno, live
We
from
love
the
you.
great
We love you,
state of
Tony.
Florida, the #1 strapper in the Sunshine State.
Thank you.
Good
Yeah.
stuff,
I'm a
buddy.
proud strapper. I'm a proud strapper.
There you go.
There'll be a full line of strapper products for your last-minute Christmas shopping and holiday shopping, dining and dancing pleasure on the Tony Bruno Sports Network. By the
All
way.
right.
Wow.
If you,
And get out of here now. Get out.
All right,
get
get out.
Get. There he is.
Boy, the 27th is going to be.
Oh, it's going to be great.
That week, man.
I know.
We might not come back.
I know.
We might just have fill and host
We might get
for the rest of the
canceled.
24.
Wait,
I'll be like Tucker Carlson. I'll come back just in time for the election.
so Tony Bruno is the Big Strapper. Then Robbins
Oh, jeez. Yes,
Robbins would be best.
Oh, boy.
Big Strapper.
I'll let you
All
take
right.
that one. That's all you're
All right.
doing.
Come on, Miss Robin.
Yeah. No, we need less of Robin. Less Robin. All right, here we go. Coming up on the other side, we got Dawn's Big Three and also holiday parties, why it's okay to say no. But right now, time to say yes to what Dawn has to say.
Yes, say yes to QC Kinetics. Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Just call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back. Back to living your normal life, back to being you. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. So these are all natural treatments which repair and restore your damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement. Again, how does that sound?
Yeah, QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the country and across our region right here. People who were suffering with knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, who were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So if you have that pain, maybe from a past injury or pain associated with a type of arthritis, you need to check this out. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments, thanks to QC Kinetics. So make the call now to QC Kinetics so you can get the most out of 2024 and getting back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. Just call QC Kinetics for that free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Well, treating yourself this holiday season, why not treat your car as well by scheduling an appointment for your car at United Tire? From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make or model. So get your new year in gear and treat your car to some special guests from your locally owned United Tire. You can also visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. The holiday season is upon us, and I want you to think about getting yourself a gift this year. That's right. Give yourself the gift of a gorgeous smile. Come on, you deserve it. Book an appointment today with my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years, and as you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Veneria. The level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Veneria today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family, and you deserve a beautiful smile. Come on, a smile says so much to the world. You won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you, Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more straight talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Yo, Collegeville. Follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company as we roll on. 9:05, hour number 4 underway on this Wednesday. This segment brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. It's the most wonderful time of the year. To get a new Volkswagen during the Sign, Then Drive event, visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne for 0 down lease offers. Shop online, piazzavw.com. By the way, I saw their Volkswagen Atlas Cross Sport, the 8-cylinder SUV. My God, is that thing beautiful. It's amazing. I get a truck and now I want an SUV. I can't make up my mind. And one day I'll get both. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to. Dawn's Big 3 coming up at 9:15. Also the Morning Mystery Movie Clip. 9:20, your chance to win a $50 gift card to Burger King, courtesy of Burger King and Simply Orange Juice. 855-839-1210 to climb in. So, studyfinds.org is a very interesting study. I would say probably 2 or 3 times a month. We bring up one of the stories that they have because they do all sorts of different studies and surveys and polls. But it's not like your political polling. It's more of like, life issues and societal situations. And this is a perfect one for this time of the year as Hanukkah well underway. We've got Christmas in 12 days. And everybody now is throwing their holiday party. You might have your Christmas party coming up for your company you work for, or you're going to do the family thing Christmas Eve in the evening hours into the night, or you do the Christmas Day thing, or you go open up gifts at somebody else's house in the morning, or whatever it might be, or maybe your friends are trying to get together. But according to studyfinds.org, the headline reads, "Just Say No. Why declining invitations to holiday parties is actually good for you." So they say the following. Their survey results show that saying no to a holiday party that you simply have no interest in could be the best thing for your mental health. A new study finds politely declining unwanted invitations during the holiday season has a bigger positive impact than dragging yourself to countless gatherings that you may not want to attend in the first place. More than 3/4 of people in a survey confessed that they accept invitations to gatherings that they didn't want to attend out of fear of being judged for declining. However, researchers have found that loved ones not only don't care about being rejected with their invitation as much as people think they do, but saying no more often can also be beneficial in avoiding burnout. So here's my stance on this. And we got a little conversation on this because I am a one holiday party gathering guy. That's it, one. And it doesn't matter what group of people it is. I'm doing one. I like to do the Christmas Eve thing with my family, the in-laws and their family, 5:30, 6 o'clock on Christmas Eve till 10, 10:30. Go home, do Christmas the next morning with my immediate group of family, and then I'm done. And here's the way I look at this. Scrooge. I'm done. Because, I'm going to be on vacation from the 22nd until the 2nd. Dawn and Greg, I think you were out starting the 20th or the 21st until the 2nd. And this to me is about kind of, yes, Christmas, family, church, gifts, the whole thing that encompasses the whole holiday. I get all that. But I hate when I do way too much in like a
7 to 10 day stretch, and I feel like I need a vacation from the vacation.
I agree with you.
I
agree with you.
And I'm a very social guy, but I'm not going out on the 22nd with my buddies, the four of us, to drink all night. And then I'm not doing Christmas Eve, and then Christmas Day, and then boom, it's New Year's Eve, and then it's the amateur drinking night on New Year's Eve, and then it's the family gathering for New Year's Day after I watch Dawn and Larry on TV, and then I watch the Rose Bowl, and then before you know it, I got to go back to work on the 2nd, and I'm completely shot.
I agree with you. We do this. We make this mistake all the time where we have, we can have 2 weeks, 1 week, whatever you have off, and you cram so much into there because everybody wants to see you. Well, because everybody's off. Let's do this. Let's do this. And by the time you're done, you're like, I have no time to just kind of decompress.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100% about that.
To me, it's, and I'm not saying every single night I just need to put my feet up in the recliner and have a bourbon in front of the fireplace and,
Sounds
zone
great.
out on Netflix.
Yes.
That's good. But, my God, I'm not making the world tour here.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. And my wife has a big family, so there's all sorts of places to go and people to see.
Are they talking about Christmas itself, or are they talking about holiday parties?
Holiday parties.
Okay.
Which could encompass really anything. Again, the audit. I mean, do we have a Christmas party here? I don't even know. Do we?
We'll have lunch probably next week, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right.
Or maybe this week.
And then,
I don't know. Did you guys get an email about it? I don't remember.
I haven't checked my work email in months.
Can you please check your work email, both of you? My God.
And here's the other thing too. And then it's if you live in a big city. And, hey, we're going to have this big social gathering on December 18th down on Chestnut. And I got to drive all the way back into the city. I got to pay for parking.
Oh, my God.
It's such a charade. And here's the thing. The survey from studyfinds.org is saying that the person that extends the invitation, most people don't even care if you reject or decline. So stop worrying about hurting people's feelings by not going. Because I think most people are like, okay, I sent you the card in the mail. You didn't show up. That's you. That's on you.
Okay, the only family party anybody should go to, let's say, is the holiday block party that Nick Kayal and Greg Stocker talked about. So it's this Friday, December 15th,
Look at you.
4 to 9 p.m.
We're all going,
Benefits,
by the way, right?
Yes. Going. Families, the families behind the badge, Children's Foundation, what Nick Kayal sacrificed his inner thighs for last spring.
I still have some chafing.
Yes, with the bike ride. But this is benefits, families who need us this time. So it's the one holiday gathering we should all gather for.
Amen.
It's the only one.
Yes.
And wait, hang on. Before we go any further, yes, all this. We've decided as a show we're going, right?
Yes.
Yeah. 4 o'clock on Friday, right?
4 to 9. And where is it again, Dawn? Friday, December 15th.
So it is Friday, December 15th, 4 to 9 p.m., 2nd Street between Chestnut and Market Streets in Old City. Can you see it?
Yeah, if you can't make it and you can donate, go to gregstockersucks.com, gregstockersucks.com, and you can make a donation right there. The link will take you right there.
Yeah.
The Andy Chan Holiday Block Party.
And if you think I talk a lot on the radio, just imagine me at a bar with a bourbon during the holidays.
You're gonna talk none. You and I will sit there. This will be the first drink I think you and I have had since you've...
I've never seen you in public, to be honest. I don't even know. I still doubt that you'll show.
You won't even recognize Greg without the glass in between them.
Of course I will. Of course I'll show because I love Mark O'Connor and I love the families behind the badge. But this will be the first time that Nick and I will have shared a drink in the year plus.
15 months.
The year plus he's been here.
I've had drinks with Dorenzo, with Valdez, with everybody, except for the two people I share microphones with 20 hours a week.
We sort of had a drink at Parks that one night.
We did.
The comedy night. So with that, does that count? But this all proceeds benefit the family of Philadelphia Highway Patrolman Andy Chan and the family of Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald, and as well, the families behind the badge, Children's Foundation, benefits all of our law enforcement families. Many who have, many have been killed in the line of duty.
GregStockerSucks.com, by the way, to
this
donate.
Friday.
This Friday. 91 LSXer says Nick is going to be inebriated and look like Dan Aykroyd in the Santa suit from Trading Places.
Ooh, goody.
I love it.
Viral video.
I promise you while I'm out, it'll be one cocktail or 2 beers.
Well, I'm going to tell you this right now because I know how these things play out. I've been with Dawn for 100 years, and I know how this is going to work out. Nick and I are going to show up at 4 o'clock. Dawn and Larry will show up at 7, and Nick and I will be gone.
Yeah. I'll be gone in more than one way, physically and mentally.
So we should all determine what time we're going to be there so we can share a little fellowship and, do all that stuff.
A little fellowship.
Okay.
It's all for a good cause.
Yeah.
Mark, I love Mark O'Connor, and I love this charity, so I will 100% be out there. But you guys know how much I hate going out in public.
You do.
I really do.
I enjoy it. But again, this is that. So this actually would be the one holiday. So I'm actually going to scratch off the family stuff this year. I'm doing this for the station. I'm not doing a second one. So I'm not doing anything with the family.
So because of this,
yeah.
I'm
sorry, kids.
You're on your own.
Christmas is canceled this year.
Oh, that's
all right.
funny.
One more time, guys, for the people who are just tuning in at 9:15. Dawn, where's this going to be at?
So this Friday, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., 2nd Street between Chestnut and Market Streets in Old City.
Oh, back by our old stomping grounds there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Second Street's Old City.
Yeah.
And by the way, so all the proceeds are helping families who are the children of first responders who have either suffered greatly, they've been disabled, they've been killed, and in the line of duties, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. This is a 501c3 nonprofit. The general admission donation, $20, but you can give, whatever you can give because, and it is a tax write-off because it's a 501c3, by the way.
Right.
But they have Sassafras, Plow and Stars, Bootleggers, Brownies, Irish Pub, Nick's Bar and Grill. And by the way, some of the Mummers are going to be there. This Mummer String Band's going to be there.
Oh,
We're going to have some Philadelphia sports legends.
Yeah.
And
so
Kayal
some
and
famous
Company.
people.
Yes.
And Kayal and Company,
Thank
4 to
you.
9. I know that the string band, I think the Mummers show up, what did he say, about 6 p.m.-ish?
The same time you and Larry will get there.
So I never said that. I never said that.
Nick, I'm telling you, whatever time we decide we're going to go there, she'll be 2 hours
Never
later.
said that.
That's fine.
By the way, Anthony Dorenzo, him and his lovely girlfriend Mary will be there as well.
Oh,
No, he's
great.
within walking distance, probably.
Going,
there you go.
Going into the city on a Friday. Oh, God, I'm already getting agita over
Don't ever say I'm not a team player, folks. By the way, can I make a public admission to Mark O'Connor?
Yeah.
So when they were in here last week, he and Stephanie Mack, and they dropped off some of the new quarter zips for the Bend to the Shore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I accidentally
here we go.
shrank or shrank. I don't know.
What did you do? What
So
shrunk?
I wore it on a Saturday, and then I did my laundry on a Sunday, and I must have had my dryer setting on something like for towels or something like that. So it came out, and I shrunk it. So the large is now like a medium on me, and I can't get into it.
Here's a large.
No, the large is no good anymore. It shrunk.
Oh, so
I need an XL.
an X?
I do.
Why did I give you this one?
Well, they run small.
Oh.
They run small.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on.
But if it's shrunk, you could give it to your daughter.
I could.
But then you need 2 because you have twin daughters.
Greg's going through the bin over there, if you can hear him in the background.
We only have larges.
We only have larges. Okay, that's fine. I apologize.
GregStalkerSucks.com. By the way, hat tip to Kevin Pools for purchasing the domain name GregStalkerSucks.com because we redirect every charity that we want to that domain name. So GregStalkerSucks.com to donate to this really, really, really important charity. We'd love to see you out there. But if you can't make it out there, please, at least donate.
That's correct. All right, 9:17. We got the morning mystery movie clip in about 3 or 4 minutes, but let's get to a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:17.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9 this morning, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat, Spa, and Salon. So, is Hunter in the house? Hunter in the house leads our Big 3 because Hunter Biden is expected to show up for his deposition. So everybody's waiting with bated breath on this one after House Speaker Mike Johnson defended that vote scheduled today, possibly to formalize the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. So a lot going on in the House, but Hunter Biden expected to show. Will he or won't he? That's a big question. We also have your medical privacy at issue here. It's under the spotlight. Your medical privacy, those prescriptions that you pick up, from your local drugstore, your CVS, your Walgreens. This question is being raised. It has gone viral after this congressional investigation reveals
some of the nation's leading pharmacy chains have just handed over Americans' medical records to law enforcement without a warrant and without any of those patients' or customers' knowledge or consent.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That seems like a violation.
I would think it's a HIPAA.
Yes.
Whatever, your privacy. Apparently, the pharmaceuticals have said it's their procedure that if law enforcement asks for, let's say they ask for all of the pharmacy requests and so on, they just hand over the records and without any kind of subpoena. And so now Congress looking at this, CVS Health, Kroger Company, Rite Aid Corporation, that they don't require any legal review. They just submit it. They just comply.
Yeah. The sharing of people's personal information has got to stop. This is why people don't want to sign up for anything, because they don't want that stuff recirculated.
No warrant, nothing.
Nothing.
I never would have imagined that. But they found that only Amazon Pharmacy is the only one that alerts patients when it shares records. So it still shares the record.
Oh, of course.
But they just let you know.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Hey, by the way.
So CVS and Walgreens and all those
everybody.
places. Wow.
They just comply. If law enforcement makes a request, they immediately share it. Only Amazon is going to. You get a little email. The sheriff just wanted your, So it also raises the question about, and what they're going for here is, this raises the question about birth control or any kind of pill, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
privacy be damned, I guess.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
indeed. So that's numbers 1 and 2. I'm debating on number 3.
And by the way, Amazon with a pharmacy, is there anything that they won't jump on? I mean, I'm all for capitalism, but my goodness, Amazon pharmacy.
Number 3, I was going to talk about, I think you're going to talk later about this. There was a pop quiz at school, and the pop quiz was, who can get pregnant? Men, women, all of the above,
We could
or
talk
none
about
of the above?
we could talk about it
So
now.
you'll
'cause
talk about that later.
No, we can do it now if you
Oh.
want. I have something else in about 10 minutes that we'll mention, but go right ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Because she failed this student, I believe, right?
Yes, this was a Seattle student, failed the quiz because when the and why is this even a question on a quiz? But it says basically, number 1, who can get pregnant? Number 1, women. Number 2, men. Number 3, all of the above. Number 4, none of the above. And he put only women, and automatic failure.
So he was correct. He was right. Only women can get pregnant, but the teacher, if I was that parent, I would be in there. That would really chap my keister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who can have penises? Like, really? Like that's your quiz when math scores. Let's look up the math.
And where is this? Seattle?
Seattle.
Oh, of course.
Typical.
Yeah, it's either Seattle, San Francisco, or Portland, Oregon. Those are always the stock cities for nonsense like this.
Crazy time.
Yes.
Only in Seattle.
Yep.
And we have Apple making some security changes to protect iPhone users if your phone is stolen. So moving forward, for your most secure information, the iPhone would want either some kind of a fingerprint or facial ID, so that somebody can't break into your phone.
Yeah, I've long been an iPhone person. I'm Team Blue Box for the techs, the people that have the Galaxies and the Droids and the Google Pixels. If you're using Android, I think you're a communist. Let's clear that up. But do you guys, speaking of stolen iPhones, do you guys use the passcode to get into your phone, or do you have the facial ID feature?
I do the face thing.
Do you?
Yeah, I know. Everybody's going to go, you shouldn't do that. Yeah, I know I shouldn't do that.
I do the passcode.
Me too.
By the way, Nadine on the YouTube chat writes, usually you sign a HIPAA form that allows releases of info depending on the facility or organization. So one of those things that you sign that you never read, apparently there's fine language in there that says that they can release this information.
But you're assuming that the assumption here is that so that, when they say, oh, your prescription was up or there was a question, so that the pharmacist, who's a medical professional, could call and talk to your doctor or put in a request to the doctor. That's how I read that you're releasing so that the pharmacist is allowed to have the conversation. But I never thought it would be to a third party, right?
Yeah. I guess we should all read the fine print.
But the fine print is a little ambiguous. I think they have to change the laws on this.
Right.
That's my humble opinion. But in any event, whatever it is, we need a spa day because we're sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Just visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:24. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I didn't steal from the government. I just didn't pay you entirely.
Yeah.
Pascal, you can't just not pay your taxes.
Yes, I can.
I'm Hunter Biden.
You can if you want to get audited.
Only if I recognize your right to audit me, Mr. Cripp.
Miss Pascal, I'm right here auditing you. For now, I have to go over your past 3 years' return to make sure that's all you haven't paid.
Fine. I'm just not such a big fan of the percentage that the government uses for national defense, corporate bailouts, and campaign discretionary funds.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And the great prize again today is a $50 gift card to Burger King. Burger King breakfast and Simply Orange Juice is better together. Start your day with a croissant meal with a Simply Orange Juice and get your vitamin C one delicious sip at a time at participating Burger King restaurants. Caller 12 if you can identify that movie clip, 855-839-1210. We'll see if we get our winner on the other side, and a timeless Christmas classic perfectly illustrates Bidenflation. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now, you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. Or participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again Sunday afternoons at 4, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHC. Are you struggling with things like fatigue, body aches, headaches, brain fog? You may be living with Lyme disease. And this may be true even if you have received antibiotics or your Lyme test was negative. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the healthcare team at Innovative Medical Associates have used medical hydration therapy to help hundreds of patients to reduce symptoms often associated with post-Lyme disease syndrome.
I want to get you through your initial challenge, working alongside with my physicians, and then get you to a place where we are looking at maintaining your immune system, maintaining your quality of life.
Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
(9:30) Wednesday morning, Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the free Odyssey app, live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet part due on the way, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who on Twitter and YouTube today, and also a timeless Christmas classic. We'll put into, I believe, the proper perspective and context as to, the cost of things in today's world, like going to the grocery store. We'll get to that coming up here in just one moment. But right now, time to give away our $50 Burger King and Simply Orange Juice gift card this morning to Matthew in Philadelphia, who has identified the correct movie. Matt, what movie did we just play for you a few minutes ago, sir?
Good morning, guys. That movie was Stranger Than Fiction.
Yes. Nice work. Nice work. All right. Matthew, congratulations. $50 gift card to Burger King. BK, have it your way.
Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Same to you, Matthew. And as Burger King would say, you rule.
Is that what Burger King says?
You never heard that jingle?
No.
BK.
Well, have it your way, yeah.
Have it your way.
But I
you
didn't know
rule.
Oh, no.
That's how they end the ad.
That.
My daughters love singing that one. All right, so I don't know what the cost of a Whopper at Burger King would have been in 1990, but I know what it cost in 2023, which will lead us to the last story of the day. I thought this was pretty interesting and pretty funny. Also, kind of scary when you think about what you pay in today's world for pretty much everything. But the New York Post, and you're going to see this on YouTube. We'll put the graphic up so your head will explode from a visual. But after being left alone for the holidays, 8-year-old Kevin McAllister, a.k.a. Macaulay Culkin, who we played you that audio clip of him accepting that award about a week or so ago, where he actually went from being an 8-year-old child TV movie star to sounding like a grown adult who sounds like he's 6 years old today, which is still very odd. I don't understand what's going on with Macaulay Culkin's voice. But in Home Alone, the first one, 1990, everybody recalls the grocery shopping scene where he goes in by himself and he purchases a large haul of food and some everyday household items. Well, those household items cost him under $20. And you might be saying, well, what did he buy back in 1990? Okay, so here's what he bought. He bought a half gallon of milk. He bought a half gallon of orange juice, a frozen TV dinner, bread, frozen macaroni and cheese, laundry detergent, cling wrap, toilet paper, a pack of plastic army men, and dryer sheets. And in that movie, played by Macaulay Culkin, he spent $19.83 at the register. So you fast forward 32 years later, you would say it's gone up, right? Well, how could it not? Yes, of course it did. So that same order that he got at that grocery store today would cost you $44.40. So up just under $25. Okay, 32 years later, that's, that stuff happens. Well, what about a year later in 2023? The same thing that you would have bought last year at the grocery store that cost you $44.40 now costs you $72.28. That is about a $28 increase in 1 year, whereas from 1990 to 2022, a 32-year span, it went up $25. It basically doubled. So thank you, Macaulay Culkin. I've been telling you, and I know we all experience this, how I cringe going to the grocery store every Friday after Kayal and Company. But now I feel a little bit better knowing that Kevin McAllister only spent $19.83, which I think brings the big question here.
Who buys little plastic army men at the grocery store? That would be the one item that would go back today in Nick Kayal's world. All right? Let me just clear that up right now. The laundry detergent, I got you. The OJ.
Every time my son and I go grocery shopping, I always buy him a little.
You buy him a little plastic army guy?
Tchotchke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he at the point now where he's asking you for something every time you go into a store?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. There you go. So
at what point do you say no?
From Jump Street. You set the tone early, stalker. This will not be tolerated.
I haven't done that.
All right. Well,
depends on how exhausted you are.
Yeah.
I think that's the
right.
exhaustion meter.
Yeah.
Because you try to be strong and then just go, oh, fake it, fine.
Yeah. Yeah. My girls are still in the stretch where at the checkout it's, can I get this pack of gum? And I'm like, no. You're nickel and diming me to death. It's death by a million paper cuts. Do you understand this? They don't. They don't care. And it's a me problem. All right, so that'll do it for the stories of the day. Time for some of the audio that we did not get to from 7:45 to 8:25. We like to call this What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2, sponsored by ECI Comfort. Is the cold weather getting you down? Stay warm with ECI Comfort, your go-to HVAC experts. Upgrade to the reliability of the Trane heating system. I have one. It's amazing. Keeping you cozy when it matters most. Call ECI Comfort for your comfort needs or online at ecicomfort.com. That's ecicomfort.com. Are you guys familiar with I think she's Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett?
No.
She was the one she's in a lot of those hearings and she's very saucy. African-American lady, very saucy.
Okay.
She was on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the God.
Mm.
And they were discussing Joe Biden. And the crew on the Breakfast Club think that Joe Biden needs to not run.
Okay.
And she was making the case why she thinks he needs to run.
Why she? Okay.
This is cut 5, guys. Go.
He's not getting any younger. None of us are getting any younger. I might add.
And I'm sure you've seen some of the things that people have been talking about.
No, but I'm going to say this.
Congresswoman, does he need to step aside?
No, I'm not going to say that.
He needs to step aside.
We going to lose. We going to lose. We for sure going to lose if we don't have Joe.
He said there's 50 other people in the Democratic Party he thinks could beat Trump. He said that. So if there's 50 other people he thinks could beat Trump, he needs to step aside.
Listen, I'm going to tell y'all this. First of all, it's not going to happen. Because we have deadlines. Like, for instance, my filing deadline is going to be on Monday in Texas. Like, you don't have time.
But if he steps down, they'd have to change the rules.
No. He will still be on the ballot. It's just like people die and still end up on the ballots because, like, the
people
rules
die
are
and
the
still
rules.
vote somehow.
So
too.
the reality is that we don't have time to even get somebody onto all these ballots. Not to mention the amount of money that it takes to run campaigns.
So I said yesterday in the Big Take when we were talking about Hillary as a little boost for Joe from a campaigning effort in 2024 that I am now of the belief that, and I've said that Joe will be the nominee, but everybody's been talking about will he get replaced in the summer at the convention. I think the goal is to get Joe to the finish line through the election, win the election, and then replace him very early on for whatever reason it might be, health concerns, family, the wear and tear of Hunter Biden, all this other stuff. I think that's the way it's going to play out. But I don't think she's crazy there because I think there are people that are in that party that believe Joe is the ticket to retaining power.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I would agree with that, yes.
Yeah. Although
Joe's not going
it's
anywhere.
ridiculous. We're all getting older. Yeah, but we're all not running for president.
It's just interesting to me because I think that this woman, I don't think she's a squad member, but she's not far from it. And it's just interesting to me that she's riding with Joe.
Yeah. Well, and Charlemagne has been very anti-Joe from the standpoint of he's too old, he needs to go away, the whole bit. But let me just mention, he says there's 50. No, there's not 50 Democrats that could beat Trump. The Democrats' bench is incredibly weak. Now, if you want to...
Joe Biden said that.
Who said that?
Joe Biden said that there are 50 Democrats. He was just quoting Joe Biden.
Okay. Well, Joe's wrong on that, too. Although, if you want to position it this way and say Republicans are going to lose regardless based on abortion, I think we've all agreed on that, unless you get the messaging right.
By the way, speaking of the Kate Cox abortion discussion that we were having, I want to bring up a tweet that I got from Boy, here I am. Just
here I am again on my own.
I'm Joe Biden here. Anyway.
Anyway.
There we go. Social Construct 2024 says, why can't Texas decide how they want to deal with abortion? Why is this a national debate? I agree with you. Texas, if they want to decide this, they have it went back to the states.
Well, that was the point of Roe v. Wade kicking it back.
Let the states decide.
Yes.
I'm just telling you, this is a national conversation because it's going to become a national conversation because the GOP doesn't have a good answer for it.
Well, yes.
That's why.
And conversely, the Democrats also have nothing else to run on.
The Democrats have nothing else to run on, and so they're going to, like Greg said earlier this week, this is the ad. They're going to have Kate.
Yep.
And they're going to plaster this all over, and it's the only thing basically Democrats have.
Yep.
And so this is going to be 24/7, all the big PAC money, and that's why. And so, Texas, their Supreme Court and everybody, they're all Republicans for now.
Yep.
But this is all they have, so they're going to play it up.
I said yesterday they're going to run on 3 words: abortion, democracy, and dictator. They're going to do.
Cut 3 here, guys. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett says that when Trump got elected, she was researching what it would take to go from the United States to Canada. It's funny how they all say this and nobody actually does it.
It's amazing you have to research how to get to Canada. Why don't you just open up
she was looking for dual citizenship.
Oh, okay. I was going to say open up your MapQuest app on your phone and just go.
Cut 3, guys, go.
It's more so the angst that got me into politics. It was the fear. I remember when Trump got elected, I was researching what it would take for me to get my dual citizenship between the United States and Canada. Because I was like, I don't know if I'm going to need to get up and out of here.
What do you think I've been doing the past year? What have I been saying in this room for the longest?
I mean,
I'm not even exaggerating. Like,
I'm not either.
I already know what's about to go.
No. I'm not either. I mean, that was a fear moment for me. And a number of my colleagues, especially in my current class, were like, that's when they got engaged and was like, wait a minute, ain't nobody coming to save us. I'm gonna have to step up and save us. It's
sorry.
So it was fear that got her into politics, and now her platform is to peddle said fear in politics. Very interesting. Oh, I love the angst of, I was looking about that. Like, amazing how many people are spending their days figuring out how they can get out of America if Trump becomes president. Yet here I am, and I can't wait to get to Florida. Okay.
One more from this brain surgeon. She says that Biden's decline in stamina is actually just him trying to overcome his speaking impediment.
Oh, I'm so sick.
Because you know how he has he said he grew up with a stutter, so it's just him. By the way, it's not the way he speaks; it's the way he forgets things.
Yes,
like that's not.
So Joe,
it's nothing to do with the way he speaks.
Don't criticize Joe from a speech delivery standpoint because he has a speech impediment. But it's fair game to rip RFK Jr. and his voice. It's always everything's off limit for the Democrats. Hey, you can't go there. No, everything's in play with politicians.
By the way, nobody's making fun of his stutter. Like that's not what this is about.
I'm making fun of his incompetence.
His forgetting things. Cut 4, guys, go.
But I will tell you about your comments on the dementia because I don't want you to think that I'm ducking it at all. I've not seen anything that makes me think that. What I think people forget is the fact that the president actually has overcome a speaking impediment. So people forget they forget Joe's story. They forget the fact that he actually has a speaking impediment, that he actually went through, I think, speech therapy to try to overcome. And I personally believe, like, it's not a matter of, like, you're able to necessarily change that. You learn how to work around it. And I believe what people are seeing is a result of the fact that he is getting older and those skills that he's used to kind of overcome some of that is starting to seep back in. That is personally what I believe that I'm seeing.
So the speech impediment, is that the reason why he wanders around and doesn't know which way to go off the stage? I
think her point is that she says that he struggles or he's looking for words sometimes because he knows that a word might trip him up, so he's searching for another word. I guess that's what she's saying. I'm not
catching our genes.
Okay. All I know is that he's had this stutter for his entire life.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back to cuts of him, audio of him
in the 90s,
10 years ago, not even the 90s, 10 years ago, he wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, if that's a thing, and I'm not saying it's not, because as somebody who knows people who've gone through speech therapy, I know that that's what those people go through. But he should always have had that issue then, right?
Right.
Struggling to, I don't want to use this word because I know I'm going to get stuck on it, so let me try another word.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. One more, and then we have to break.
By the way, she'll probably, if Claudine Gay does get fired, this brainiac will probably be the next president at Harvard.
Treasury Secretary, is that what she is? Janet Yellen?
Yeah.
She said she did an interview with the Wall Street Journal, and they asked, look, Americans aren't buying Bidenomics. Why? And she blames COVID.
COVID?
We're 3-4 years
Never
removed
wanted
from
to go away.
COVID.
Never forget COVID.
And we're still in the aftermath of COVID, guys. So buckle up. Cut 6.
Well, I don't have to tell you this, but there's a disconnect right now. You see some of the surveys. People say they're very unhappy with the economy. They feel worse off than 3 years ago. But you look at these kind of headline numbers and you say, well, what's not to like about low unemployment and inflation coming down? Why do you think there is this disconnect? And are you concerned about the fact that the administration's message around Bidenomics isn't landing?
So I think we've been through a lot. The pandemic caused an enormous amount of disruption in people's lives, and we're still in the aftermath of what's been a serious shock.
So the disruption in lives were caused by Democrats and their overreaching policies that shut things down throughout this country. But yeah, so I guess when the economy stinks in 2025, we'll still blame COVID. Remember after 9/11, we were told never forget?
Never forget.
Under this administration, never forget COVID. It's still there, folks, and we're still feeling the fallout.
Yep.
All right, that'll do it for part 2 of the cut sheet. Right now, let me tell you about my friends at Wawa, because they have 2 great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. First up is shopping from home. You can just go to Wawa.com, pick one of your festive card designs, enter the card amount, and write a personal message. And how cool is this? You can send the gift card personalized right to their inbox or schedule it to arrive at any time. Just like magic. Boom, right there in that moment. Or you could go out and about and stop by your favorite location today, where the gift cards are right there when you check out, because they've got the gift cards right there for the Wawa fan in your life and for fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox. By the way, Amazon, don't forget they have a pharmacy. Grab one for your favorite boss, your aunt, your uncle, and make anybody's season bright in one magical, merry Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered, with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all in the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Hey, it's the holiday season, and we all know what that means. In addition to presents under the tree, it's time to use those FSA and HSA benefits we've been accruing all year. I'm Dom Giordano, and if your benefits are still available, now's a great time to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Robert Bentz from the Bentz Dental Group to set up your appointment for a consultation. You know how much I admire Dr. Bentz and his quality work, attention to detail, and investment in the overall health of his patients. Dr. Bentz is a board-certified prosthodontist, was recently appointed to the board of the American College of Prosthodontics. So if you're considering dental implants, reconstruction, or any dental or prosthodontic needs, call Bentz Dental Group today to schedule an appointment with Dr. Bentz, and don't let 2023 end without taking advantage of those FSA and HSA benefits. Call or visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. That's 610-272-6949.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I don't want to hear about it anymore. It's a shame I've got to live without you anymore.
Kayal and Company, 9:52 as we wind things down on this Wednesday morning. Don't forget, get your Kayal and Company merch, 1210 merch store. You can get a cool coffee mug like the one I'm holding here. See that?
Look at
See
that.
YouTube?
Nice. Well, Duffy Domino says, Nick, if you're going to drink on the show, you should get some ad revenue via a logo on the cup.
There you go. That's a good point.
Yeah.
And drink on the job, meaning coffee. Although if we keep talking about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, I might start drinking something else on the show. All right, the Dawn Show, 7 minutes out, and we find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, speaking of Hunter, we'll have the latest on Hunter Biden as he has agreed to the deposition, what he's saying, speaking out this morning. So we'll get to that very quickly. Coming up at 10:30, Ambassador Francis Rooney joins me, and we're going to follow the money trail as far as Biden. Show me the money. Where are our tax dollars going? We'll follow the money trail having to do with Iran, Ukraine, etc., and wrap that up. Coming up in the 11 a.m. hour, Anthony Hennon reports. So he will really shine a light on talking about the election year and the latest headlines across Pennsylvania. I will also talk about the Dirty Dozen, so-called, armed and dangerous in Philadelphia. How many killers are on the loose right now? So the top killers who are on the loose and the search for them, the latest news conference talking about that as well.
Okay. And if you need me to track them down and kill them for you, I'm for hire. All right. We'll find out how that plays out in the next couple of hours. Hunter Biden just called the GOP impeachment inquiry shameless. So there you go. As we wrap it up on a Wednesday with Who Won Twitter today.
Who Won Twitter?
Who Won Twitter is sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. I'm going to give it to Eric the Red. He said, there's the motto for the next Kayal Company shirt. We talk too much. And
Who Won
YouTube? I'm going to give it to Shafe, who says about Jasmine Crockett. She sounds like she would head south to Canada. It's true. It's true. Not exactly a brain surgeon there. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com. That's josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
All right, that'll do it for us on this Wednesday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And as the binder would say...
See you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
We talk about giving back, especially this time of year. It's important to give back, and I think you get the greatest gift. But there's no greater time of year to give back than the holiday season. That's why Piazza Premium Automobiles is partnering right now with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive. Once again, you can visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms, and that's through December 15th to donate a new toy. And your support will make the holidays a little bit brighter for a local child who's in need right now. Find the dealership nearest you at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Thank you, Piazza, and Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Here's how to give her the best holiday gift by Pajamagram. Soft and silky, naturally nude pajamas are luxurious with a next to nothing feel. Better than lingerie, designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild, guys. Right now, when you shop naturally nude pajamas, you're going to get a free naturally nude nightie. That's $75 of savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 gift you both are guaranteed to love. If you're ready to win the holidays, do it right now before it sells out. They sell it every year. Head to pajamagram.com and shop naturally nude.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia.